여러분,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022. Once again, I am very honored to welcome you and serve you as your MC. I am La Yong-nan. Very pleased to meet you all. Once again, thank you for welcoming all of the participants. Organized by North Chungcheong Province and Chungbuk Biohealth Industry Innovation Center and hosted by Korea National University of Transportation and Semyung University, Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022 is held under the theme of Korea Medicine in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the transition to precision medicine. Domestic and foreign experts in Korean precision medicine, big data, and biofields gathered in one place to inform about the Korean medicine precision medicine, the biohealth industry, which is a specialized field in North Chungcheong Province, and the future direction of Korean medicine precision medicine. To prevent the spread of COVID-19, today's event is strictly in compliance with the quarantine guidelines, and the event is held with a minimum number of participants on site. The Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum is being broadcast live on the website and also Semyung University YouTube channel. Please write down www.cbkforum.com and you'll be able to watch it. And again, like last year, the online audience participation group is here to listen to and share their opinions on the precision medicine of Korean medicine in a special way. It is being shown on the screen right now. Currently, as you can see from the screen, all the participants are now joined. About 500 participants are joining via online, and why don't we wave your hands to exchange greetings? And please wave your hands and with a big smile, please exchange greetings. Thank you. A lot of people are joining us online and all of us are interested in the Korean medicine, precision medicine. There's also an event where online participants are joining us. Before the event begins, I'd like to give you a brief introduction. The forum program book can be downloaded from the event's official website. And if you have any questions to the speaker throughout the forum, please leave them in the Q&A box. Your questions will be forwarded to the chairperson so that they can be discussed during the panel discussion we are going to host. Question may not be accepted due to the time constraints, but as much as possible, we'll try to address your questions. And I hope that you can stay with us until the end of today's forum. Simultaneous interpretation is provided into English and Korean throughout today's forum. On site, you will be able to listen to the interpretation by wearing receivers. Select your preferred channel. Korean is channel 1, English channel 2. Those who are participating online can also listen to the Korean and English channel, the interpretation. So from now, we will begin the 2022 Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum. First, I'd like to introduce the VIPs joining us today. And when I call your names, please stand up so that we can all recognize you. First, Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City. Please welcome Mayor Lee Sang-chun. Thank you. President Park Jun-hoon of Korea National University of Transportation. President Park, thank you. Next, President Go Suk-hee of Daewon University. Please welcome President Go Suk-hee. Director Hong Jin-tae of Chungbuk Biohealth Industry Innovation Center. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Park Sung-jun, and also Precision Medicine Medical Device Enterprise. Thank you. Kim Jae-sung, Director General of the Chungbuk Biohealth Industry Innovation Center. Thank you for joining us. Last but not least, a lot of efforts were made. President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University. Thank you. A lot of people are joining us, and thank you for your round of applause to welcome them. We apologize for not being able to introduce every one of them due to the time constraints. We'd like to welcome President Kwon Dong-hyun, who will be giving us opening address. Please welcome President Kwon Dong-hyun with a warm round of applause.
Good morning. My name is Kwon Dong-hyun, the president of Semyung University. I would like to thank Governor Lee Si-jung of Chungbuk and for joining us by video. And I would also like to thank Mayor Lee Sang-cheon and President Park Jun-un of Korea National University of Transportation and head of Mr. Hong Jin-tae of the Biohealth Industry Innovation Center, as well as President Go Soo-ki of Daewon University for joining us. And I would also like to thank the participants who are joining us via the online. Welcome to today's forum. Today we're going to be talking about Korean medicine in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the transition to precision medicine. And Semyung University is so happy and honored to be able to hold this international forum. With Semyung University, along with 16 other universities in Chungbuk province, we have been trying to build a hub for the biomedicine and cosmetics with these universities. We are going to do our very best to lead the development of the industry through a cooperation among the government agencies and the academia, as well as the research institute. We are going to be listening to excellent presentations here today, and these presentations will help us to better understand the road that needs to be taken by the Korean traditional medicine. And we will also be able to identify the roles to be played by the universities, as well as the research organizations in the development of the traditional medicine. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for joining us online as well as offline, and I wish you much success and happiness. Thank you very much.
Please give a warm round of applause to President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University. Thank you for your opening speech. Biohealth industry competitiveness needs to be further enhanced, and to do that, Semyung University is leading a lot of efforts and also presented vision. Thank you. Next, we'd like to hear the welcoming speech. Despite her busy schedule, we are joined by Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister Yoo Eun-hae to deliver welcoming speech. She will be giving us video recorded message. Hello, I am Deputy Prime Minister and Education Minister Yoo Eun-hae. I sincerely congratulate on the successful hosting of Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022 under the theme of Korean medicine in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the transition to precision medicine. In addition, I would like to express my gratitude to Governor Lee Si-jung of North Chungbuk Province and Semyung University President Kwon Dong-hyun and Korea Transportation University President Park Jun-hoon for attending this forum. In response to the crisis, local universities and industries in North Chungcheong Province are working together to foster talents in the field of biohealth, which is a core business of the region through the local university cooperation-based innovation projects. They are working hard to develop the industry. The International Forum held today is a place to discuss the future directions of the Korean medicine industry, which plays an important role in biohealth sector in North Chungcheong province. And once again, this is a valuable opportunity to further strengthen the linkage and collaboration with the regional innovative system. With today's forum as an opportunity, the Korean medicine industry will continue to develop and contribute to nurturing the local talents and lead to innovate Checheon City and North Chungcheong Province. The Ministry of Education will do its best effort to support Chungcheong Province and regional innovation. Congratulations once again on the successful hosting of the Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister Yoo Hun-hye, for your video message. Especially innovating the Korean medicine was the main message given by Education Minister. Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite Governor Lee Si-jong of North Chungcheong Province to hear the welcoming speech. Hello, everyone. I'm Governor Lee Si-jong of North Chungcheong Province. Congratulations on hosting the Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022. I want to express my sincere gratitude to President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University, President Park Jun-hoon of Korean National University of Transportation, and everyone involved who worked hard to prepare the event. Since 2020, North Chungcheong Province, together with academia and industry, has been promoting regional innovation projects centered around the biohealth industry. We've been striving to foster human resources and develop technologies in key fields such as pharmaceuticals, bioprecision medicine, cosmetics, and natural products. Semyung University is actively promoting Korean medicine big data projects by combining Korean medicines and precision medicine for the first time in Korea. Korea Transportation University, as a medical device-oriented university, is contributing greatly to the development of bio-industry in North Chungcheong Province. I hope today's forum will provide a chance for Korean medicine to firmly establish itself as a new growth engine of bio-industry as a strategic industry in response to the arrival of the fourth industrial revolution. Once again, congratulations on hosting the forum, and I wish you everyone a good health and happiness. Thank you very much. Thank you for your warm words. Once again, Governor Lee Si-jong of Chungcheong Province. Thank you. Korean medicine, precision medicine, and also the big data. We need to further nurture the talents, and we are gathered for that purpose, and I believe that today's forum can provide a momentum to realize that goal. Next, we are joined by one of the key people in this forum, Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Checheon City. Following last year's Korean Medicine and Precision Medicine, we are hosting 2022 Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum. I'd like to congratulate that Honorable President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University, and also President Kwon of Daejeon University, President Park Jun-hoon of Korea National University of Transportation, Director Hong Jin-tae of Biohealth Industry Innovation Center, and also all of you who are playing pivotal role in developing Chungbuk area into a biohealth industry innovation center. Thank you so much for joining us today. Korean medicine and precision medicine is extremely important for Checheon City as we try to promote that. We are trying to globalize and try to make Korean medicine into more scientific, evidence-based medicine. We've been wondering whether Korean medicine can truly become a science and evidence-based industry. I apologize for using that. I always had this doubt for a long time. I don't want to deny that, but Korean medicine, precision medicine industry Once again, utilizing the natural raw materials, when it's converged using the state-of-art technology, we can definitely make Korean medicine into more science and evidence-based medicine and make it globalized one. We can heighten the expectation. In light of that, I have had a great expectation. I will strive my best effort to make that happen. In the city of Jecheon, Korean medicine, biohealth, and natural materials, we invested 58 billion to build the natural materials industrial zone, and by 2025 we are planning to host expositions where you will be able to witness and the industry can display natural materials related products. The biohealth industry in northern Chungbuk, Chungcheong area, where natural materials and biohealth and Korean medicine can be the core industries, I ask for your interest and support. Once again, I ask for your encouragement. The city of Jecheon, as you know, is welcoming Semyung University and Daewon University and other university as our left and right arm. And I wish a great success of Semyung University and Daewon University. Thank you.
네, 제천시
Thank you, Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City, for your warm welcoming speech. Jecheon City is striving to lead the globalizations of the Korean medicine, and Mayor has given a hopeful message. Next, I'd like to welcome President Park Jun-hoon of Korea National University of Transportation. Please welcome President Park with one round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Hello everyone, I am President Park Jun-hoon of Korea National University of Transportation. First, I'd like to congratulate President Kwon Dong-hyun, who was appointed as the president of Semyung University March the 1st. Well, the spring has arrived with a great news, and I believe that spring has finally began to give us the new life. And at this moment, Semyung University is hosting the Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022, and it is a great honor and privilege for me to be here today with all of you. Recently, with the spread of the Omicron variant, all of us are faced with a great challenge. But despite that difficulties, the Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum is held, and many participants are joined us today, especially Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City, and also Daewon University President and Director Hong Jin-tae of Biohealth Industry Innovations, and also many distinguished guests from home and abroad are joined virtually and on site, and I'd like to express my gratitude for your warm messages. And also President Kim Ih-hwa, the industry for medical devices at Semyung University, thank you. And also numerous other key people who work hard to host today's forum, thank you so much for your hard work. Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022 was hosted last year, where we have addressed the Korean medicine theme, and this year we are discussing about the transitions to precision medicine in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, the diagnosis and treatments using the Korean medicine, how the precision medicine can contribute that. We will seek ways to do that, especially the infectious disease, how we can diagnose that, and also One Health concept, how we can realize that. And many participants are joined to discuss how we can overcome the crisis that we are faced with today. Today's forum will serve as an opportunity to further develop biohealth industry, which is a specialized industry in North Chungbuk province. And I believe that today's forum will be significant place where we can share informations in the Korean medicine sector and also forming the innovative ecosystems to further develop Korean medicines and biohealth. And I hope that Semyung University can play a pivotal role in leading this. Korean National University of Transportation will also join this effort and make continuous efforts for that. Once again, congratulations to the hosting of the Korean Precision Medicine Forum 2022. And also, thank you everyone for joining us today. And I wish you success and happiness. Thank you. Thank you, President Park Jun-hoon of Korean National University of Transportation.
포럼이
We have received so much support from our experts from the Korean medicine and precision medicine here in Korea. Now we're going to invite Dr. Hong Jin-tae, the head of the Chungbuk Biohealth Industry Innovation Center, to give us his welcoming remarks. Please welcome Mr. Hong. Good morning. As was introduced, my name is Hong Jin-tae, the head of the Chungbuk Biohealth Industry Innovation Center. I'm the head of the center, and I'm also a professor at the Pharmaceutical University of Chungbuk National University. And the Vice Prime Minister Yoo Eun-hae has joined us via online, and we have as well as Governor Lee Si-jong of the Chungbuk province. And so the government is investing greatly, is investing a lot of interest and effort into precision medicine as well as the Korean traditional medicine. And I would like to ask them that they would continue to provide us the support to develop the Korean traditional medicine as well as the precision medicine. And we also have Mayor Lee Sang-chun with us. I know he is very busy, but he has joined us and he has put in a lot of effort for the development of the Korean traditional medicine. But he said that it's not enough. But he has held expo for the Korean traditional medicine. And he's also going to be setting up a center. He's going to be also investing a great amount of money. And I also want to thank President Kwon Dong-yeon of Semyung University. Congratulations for being appointed to the presidency of the Semyung University. And I also want to thank President Park Jun-hoon of the Korean National University of Transportation and President Ko Soo-ki of Daewon University. Thank you so much for joining us here in person. We have Mr. Park Sun-jun, who is the head of the for the precision medicine, and I know so many people are working so hard for this project, that is to develop Korean traditional medicine into the precision medicine. Our community is experiencing population decline, and that's a very critical issue. And to resolve this issue, we have started what's called RIS project, and that is to develop the basis for innovative collaboration among the regional hubs. And the local governments are participating in developing this hub. Universities are to bring about innovation in the local politics as well as in the local autonomies, and the pharmaceuticals and the precision medicine and natural nature-derived cosmetics are the three hubs. And we're trying to bring about educational innovation, regional innovation, as well as the network innovation, so to help with this development of the hub. And Korean medicine, precision medicine Forum 2022 is being conducted as part of the work by the precision medicine project team. We are trying to develop a Korean traditional medicine as important part of the medicinal and the pharmaceutical industry development. And we want to emphasize industrialization of the Korean traditional medicine. Well, actually, we had this forum last year, so this is the second year that we are holding this forum. The technological innovation. We're trying to incorporate that into traditional Korean medicine. We're going to be discussing big data, artificial intelligence, and other advanced technologies that can potentially be incorporated into the Korean traditional medicine. And we'll be listening to the presentations from the experts in these fields. We'll be sharing information. And that shared information is going to, I hope, contribute to the globalization of the Korean and traditional medicine. And this is being held online as well. And I see that over 500 students are participating in the forum via online. And I hope that students will be able to learn greatly by watching and listening to this forum. And I hope that the students will grow into professionals and experts that can lead to the development of the natural materials or nature-derived medicine and cosmetics. And our center will do what it can in order to help with that and to contribute to the development of Korean traditional medicine and the precision medicine here in Chungbuk-do. And I hope that this is going to be useful seminar for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Director Hong Jin-tae. Please remain on stage because we have a performance. Thank you. Well, from now on, we will hold the opening performance that opens the door to the future of Korean medicine, precision medicine, to take the first step toward the future. So this is a special opening performance. I'll be calling the names, and when your names are being called, please come up to the stage. President Kwon Dong-hyun of Semyung University, Mayor Lee Sang-chun of Jecheon City. Please welcome them. And President Park Jun-hoon of Korean National University of Transportation. President Go Suk-hee of Daewon University, please come up to the stage. And please keep giving them a warm round of applause. So many people are joined here today. Through 2022, Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022, guests on stage will open the door to the future for Korean medicine to transition into the precision medicine. When I shout 1, 2, 3, please touch the screen together. But please look forward. Yes, make sure that you look at us. Stand sidelined. And if you can use your hand to touch the screen, you have to look at the front. So those of you standing right next to me, use your left hand. And President Ko and President Park, please use your right hand. 1, 2, 3. Touch screen. We are now officially opened the curtain for the 2022 Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum, Transition to Precision Medicine and One Health. Please look ahead. We are going to take the commemorative photo to signify that we are taking a first step toward the transition. So the camera has been set out, and although we are wearing masks, please make sure to deliver your message. Please give a warm round of applause. So one more time, we are going to take a commemorative photo. More than 500 people are joined home and abroad. And you can see on the screen that many people are joined. And those of you joining us virtually, please wave your hands. And we are going to take a commemorative photo. Smile and wave your hands, everyone. Once again, wave both of your hands, please. So we are once again delivering our message. They are opening the door to the Korean medicine, precision medicine. And the last commemorative photo will now be taken. Please look forward, look at the camera, and you can go back to your sets. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022 is officially now opened. So we will invite the first keynote speaker to hear the keynote speech. Dr. James Flower will deliver the first keynote speech. The title is Keeping the Personal in Precision Medicine, the Challenge for Korean Medicine Doctors. He is joined on a real-time basis. First of all, we'd like to invite Dr. James Flowers. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. And then, would you please start your presentation?
Okay, thank you very much for the nice invitation. I'm very honored and very pleased to be here. I'm sorry I'm not there in Semyung University. Actually, I went there 10 years ago in that same meeting room for a conference, and I really enjoy the university and your city. And sorry I should be there today. And thanks for the great team. Bailey did a great job helping me organize this, and congratulations. I think this is a very important event. So I will start. So in 2020, South Korea inspired the world in its management of COVID-19. But the world does not know the important role of Korean medicine in successfully treating COVID-19 patients in Korea. What was special was the Korean medicine doctors gave individualized, personalized therapeutic prescriptions for the patients. And I think most of you all know that the Korean medicine doctors established a telemedicine center to treat self-quarantine COVID-19 patients. I think this was a remarkable achievement and one that should be celebrated. There's a picture of one of the volunteers working in the telemedicine center. Why this is important? In contrast, in South Korea's close neighbor, the People's Republic of China, in China, the state emphasized standardized medical products of one size fits all. So in China, the state emphasized the antiviral properties of the herbal products. For example, the Chinese government made a lot of noise about selling products to the whole world. Here's an example. Actually, this shot is from Hong Kong 1 week ago. So as we know, Hong Kong is experiencing a crisis now, but so China is really pushing these kind of products. But South Korea's approach is different. So I wrote an article which was published about this issue. So South Korean doctors, they aim to strengthen patients' overall health and capacity for healing. In other words, Korean medicine doctors individualized patients. It wasn't just a one-size-fits-all approach of just giving a product. It was seeing each patient as an individual. And so, for example, here is one of the doctors who worked in the tele center in Seoul. And why this is important? Because patients across the world will suffer from the effects of long COVID, for many decades to come. I think we all know there are limited biomedicine therapies for long COVID. This will be a big problem. So I'm putting the challenge to Korean medicine doctors that now is the time for Korean medicine doctors to step up for patients in Korea and also in the world. So this is, I think, a task that is very important for Korean medicine. There will be millions of people needing treatments for long COVID. So now, coming to the theme of my talk. So from the early 20th century, we saw the global hegemony of biomedicine doctors. We all know that. So in China, many Chinese medicine doctors in the 1920s and 30s self-colonized and made significant compromises with biomedicine doctors. On the other hand, in Korea, in the early 20th century, Eastern medicine doctors or Hanban doctors in Korea insisted on practicing their own native Korean medicine on their own terms. In Korea, people's trust in Hanbang medicine or Eastern medicine meant that the Korean medicine continued, and the strength of popularity in Korea for Korean medicine is, I argue, is much stronger than in China and Japan. So in my opinion, Korea is a very special case. Now I'd just like to explain why I work on Korean medicine. So I'll just take 3 minutes. So I was born in Singapore from a family that was involved in Chinese medicine. I became a Chinese medicine doctor in Sydney, Australia. I trained in China, in Shanghai. And then I became a doctor of Chinese medicine in Sydney. I taught Chinese medicine at Western Sydney University. I even became the president of the Australian Acupuncture and Chinese Medicine Association. So in my role in Chinese medicine in Australia, I've discovered there are many of my members were Koreans. And then this was puzzling to me because my Korean friends were practicing Korean medicine, but they belonged to a Chinese medicine association. And then I was wondering what happened there. So gradually I became a delegate in many international meetings. And then I encountered the fights or the arguments between China, Korea, and Japanese doctors. So in fact, I started to agree with my Korean colleagues, and I thought that Koreans were they had a very convincing case when they said that East Asian medicine belongs to everyone in East Asia. It's not just China, it's not just Chinese medicine. So then I become focusing on Korea. In fact, I became a historian of medicine. So actually, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a specialist in precision medicine, but I'm a historian who studies the medicine. So from 2010, I went to Wangguang University in Iksan to join a doctoral program in the history of Korean medicine. Then from 2012 to 2020, I was in the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. I wrote my doctoral dissertation on Korean medicine. So in 2020, I moved back to Korea and I became a scientist scholar in Kyunghee University. And so I'd like to thank Korea once again for allowing me to have the opportunity to continue to research Korean medicine. And I just put that there to say that this particular doctor really inspired me. I think the history of Korean medicine is very special. So in this talk, I want to talk briefly about the history of individualized medicine and how we came to precision medicine in general terms. And then I'll talk briefly about Chinese medicine projects related to precision medicine. And finally, I want to argue that we need humanities scholars to work with KMDs and scientists to keep the project of precision medicine. So in the West, individualized medicine, of course, started with Hippocrates, the famous Greek physician, particularly his famous book, Airs, Waters, Places, in which he argued that each patient is an individual. And of course, the Greek physician who followed Hippocrates, Galen's medicine dominated medicine in the Christian West and the Islamic world right up until the 19th century. So this model of medicine, Hippocratic and Galenic medicine, was humoral medicine, emphasizing individualization, the individualization of every patient. So the Hippocratic and Galenic model of medicine in the West, it's based on this idea of 4 humors. So yellow bile, meaning that you have a choleric nature. So we have blood, a sanguine nature, black bile, melancholy, phlegm, phlegmatic. So in fact, we have 4 natures. We might call them 4 constitutions. And so for me, it's remarkable that there is a very strong correlation with the Sasang system of Taeyang, Soyang, Taeyum, and So-um. So I don't have time to talk about that now, but I'm arguing that there is a strong tradition of individualization. So of course, Charles Darwin, he pointed out individual difference among humans. However, in the West, there was one strand of doctors who reduced medicine to particular sites in the body. So there came to be a very fierce debate in the Western medicine. So Nicholas Jewson is a historian or a scholar who has shown us that the disappearance of the sick man from medical cosmology, meaning that in the West, the bedside medicine kind of disappeared. So medicine moved to the hospital and then to laboratory. And finally, the scientist became the chief, most important person in medical knowledge. And so we call this reductionism. So there are 2 impulses in medical practice. One is to reduce disease, reduce medicine to a focus on disease. And then the other tradition is a focus on the patient, on the person. There is always this tension between the 2 strands of medicine. Now, coming to the modern period, in the modern period, so we have 2, William Osler, one of the founding doctors of Johns Hopkins medicine, he emphasized the variability of patients. And interestingly, in the early days of Johns Hopkins medicine, acupuncture was a very common therapy in the hospital. William Osler, he loved acupuncture. So moving to the UK or England, Archibald Garrett, he's often called the father of individualized medicine in the 20th and 21st century. So Archibald Garrett developed a new form of medicine which he emphasized the chemical individuality of every patient. He argued that doctors could only understand each patient by assessing metabolism of the entire body as a system. For Garrett, each person was a unique individual who responded in their own way to their environment. Oh, here's a picture of Archibald Garrett. So this particular physician is very influential for the people who practice precision medicine in the West. Following Archibald Garrett, we had Barton Childs, a Johns Hopkins doctor, and some people argue is the father of genetic medicine. So for Barton Childs, he argued strongly that we need to follow Archibald Garrett. So in this style of medicine, genes, of course, were important, but this group of doctors always emphasized the importance of social determinants of disease. So medicine is not just a science, it's also concerned with social factors. And of course, we had Victor McKusick, who founded genetic medicine at Johns Hopkins. So when I went to Johns Hopkins in 2012, I found that Johns Hopkins always highlights personalized medicine, even more than evidence-based medicine. For Hopkins, this idea of precision medicine is really the future. And so from this trend, of course, everyone knows we have the US President Barack Obama's Precision Medicine Initiative of 2015. And in fact, Vice President Joe Biden established Cancer Moonshot out of this Precision Medicine Initiative. And he established that at Johns Hopkins in 2016. And also in 2022, in February, just last month, President Biden established the second stage of Cancer Moonshot. Now, that was a very brief history of how precision medicine was formed in the West. Now, China is determined to lead in Chinese medicine and precision medicine. So in reviewing what is happening in China, so in 2007, the Chinese government hosted an important Pacific Health Summit in Beijing. The plans were integrate Chinese medicine and precision medicine. The Chinese Minister of Health, Chungbuk, was a main speaker. There were also delegations from China, of course, South Korea, Japan, the UK, and Australia. So I was the Australian there in this, and I gave a speech where I talked about Korean medicine in 2007, and the audience was not very happy. They said, oh, you should just talk about Chinese medicine. But I insisted on talking about Korean medicine. In this forum, the keynote speaker was Leroy Hood, a former Johns Hopkins man, a physician. We don't have time today, but I think Leroy Hood has done more than anyone to build the idea of precision medicine in the world. Leroy Hood is a very remarkable figure. So Sabine Glatz's doctoral thesis has examined the history of Chinese medicine projects related to precision medicine. So a key figure in China has been Shen Ziyin. So for example, in 2005, he argued that systems biology and Chinese medicine should be a bridge. One of the key figures in China in precision medicine is Liu Aiping from the Chinese Academy of Chinese Medical Sciences. I think he's in Hong Kong now. So he has led the drive towards Chinese medicine and precision medicine. So Glatz gave examples of large projects that saw European research collaborate with teams in China. So big names in precision medicine in Europe include Jan van der Grief, Jeremy Nicholson. And so, for example, just one example, a team in Leiden, the Netherlands, worked with a team from Dalian, China. They aimed to establish a personalized medicine based on Chinese medicine. So they tried to identify biomarkers and metabolic profiles that they call zheng in Chinese medicine diagnosis. However, Glantz shows us that the Dalian Leiden project encountered many problems. For example, Glantz shows that the Dalian team did not follow the protocols, and then they often disagreed with the Leiden team. The data became unreliable. And so in her research, Glantz does not name the people involved because of fear of, well, this is not very ethical, but there are a lot of difficulties in this project. So for example, another project based in Harbin, China, encountered the problem that the technology was still too limited. So this is very recent. So in fact, the idea of precision medicine and Chinese medicine is still a goal. It's not really, it hasn't really been achieved. And so another example, in 2009, a large European project on Chinese medicine and systems biology. There were 200 European scientists, 200 working on this project who were big fans of Chinese medicine. They hoped to create an alternative to the reductionist medical paradigm. They emphasized complexity of life and nature. They considered the organs together as a system. So the Chinese state gives large funds for these projects. They have a lot of money. But the problem, in my opinion, the problem is that the Chinese funding is always disease focused. And I still think it's not really focused on, it's not really directed toward what the idea of individualized medicine should be. So to give an example, in 2018, a new consortium at Harvard Medical School is collaborating with the Beijing University of Chinese Medicine. So this consortium is focusing on genomics, systems biology, Chinese medicine, herbs, and acupuncture. So even Harvard is getting into the idea of precision medicine and Chinese medicine. But looking through the projects, actually it's just a whole bunch of individual projects looking at one feature of systems biology or something like that. And in my opinion, it's still very narrow and not really thinking about precision medicine in the way that I think it should be. Just quickly, China Medical University in Taiwan is also working on a project on precision medicine. So this project is in the very early stages. So coming to the end, in my opinion, South Korea is leading the way forward. So I was looking, I watched the whole, I didn't attend the Congress last year, but I watched the whole session on YouTube. And I think that South Korea is leading the way. It's a nice, for example, I watched Jin Ji-jong's impressive presentation last year. And I think the Keynote study is a very, very nice example of a study that is really encompassing Korean medicine, biomedicine, science, and also social science. Why do I say that? It's because in the Keynote study, the researchers are asking questions about lifestyle and about all aspects of patients' life. So I think this is a very promising study and very impressive. So I'm not just saying this because I like Korea, but I think even from the evidence, the Koreans are leading the way. So finally, I'd like to say that obviously I am a humanities scholar, so I argue that we need humanities scholars in these research projects. Why? Because medicine is always about people, it's about human relationships. Medicine is always created in a social and cultural complex context. Medicine is not created only in labs and clinics. Medicine is about human relationships. So I think historians and anthropologists can help us to better understand how we got to where we are and how medicine always changes over time. It always changes. So I think Korea enjoys a positive reputation across the world. When I lived in the US, everyone that I met always had good words to say about South Korea. The popularity is very, very real. It's not just imagined. So Korea is cool. People trust Koreans. So I think that Koreans can be more confident to tell the stories about Korean medicine. So I'm suggesting that we train KMDs also not just in science, but also in humanities to enhance communication skills to a high level so that we can tell the story of what Korean medicine doctors are doing to a global audience. Medicine is about culture. It is about communication. It's not just science. It is explaining the story very well. So in this way, I'm arguing we need a medical bilingualism, which means we can talk the language of Korean medicine, but we also can talk the language of science. So precision medicine can help Korean medicine practice, but we must not simply reduce practice to nosology, to a new set of reductionist categories. So I always think about the Hanban doctors in Korea in the 1920s and 30s. They insisted on Korean medicine on its own terms. So they insisted to protect the integrity of Korean medicine concepts and theory. So I'm asking, do not let Korean medicine be colonized or dominated by biomedicine doctors. I think we can further develop our skills in medical bilingualism. We can appreciate the science, love the science, but also hold on to Eastern medicine on its own terms. So Korean medicine doctors have a role in helping biomedicine doctors to keep the personal in precision medicine. Korean medicine doctors have a role to help the world. It's not just for Korea, it's for the whole world. Medicine, above all, is the art of compassion. And so I'm just finishing out with a couple of doctors. So one doctor that really inspired me is Seokguk Sonsunim. So he insisted on the individuality of every patient. Every patient is unique. Then another doctor who inspires me is Meng Hwa Sop. He insisted on medicine as the art of compassion. And then he also argued that Korean medicine can work together with biomedicine. Just a picture of Meng Hwa Sop. So to conclude, Korean medicine and precision medicine share the concept of individualization and variability. It's imperative to broaden the scope of the human body and mind, rather than to further reduce the body to molecules. So we can move from molecules to society. We need to harness the medical humanities, thus improving communication skills to a global level. Let's express belief and confidence in Korean knowledge and ingenuity. Thank you very much. I'll finish there.
네, 여러분 감사의 박수 보내.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Flowers, for that wonderful presentation. He has talked about the future of medicine being the precision of medicine, and he has shared with us the experiences of various countries, and he said that medicine should not just be based on science, but also should consider humanities. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
That concludes the morning session. Thank you once again for joining us at the Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022. In the YouTube window you are currently connected to, we are providing information about the various participating events. If you need the program book, please get access to our homepage, the website. You can download the program book. Lunch is provided for those on site. If you would like to enjoy the lunch, please go to the registration desk and you'll be able to enjoy the cafeteria or the student union building. Please follow the staff members and please enjoy your lunch. We will see you once again at 1 o'clock. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
네, 여러분 모두
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've all had nice lunch. The Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum 2022 hosted by Chuncheong Province, Chungbuk the province, and Chungbuk Biohealth Industry Innovation Center, and organized by the Chungbuk Biohealth Industry Innovation Center and Semyung University. Is being underway, and the forum is being conducted under the title of the Korean Medicine in the Era of Fourth Industrial Revolution, the Transition to the Precision Medicine. We'll now begin the afternoon session. We are strictly complying with the rules to prevent COVID-19, and so we are currently broadcasting the forum via the YouTube channel of Semyung University. We will now begin the afternoon session, And the theme of the first session in the afternoon is Future Directions of Korean Medicine, Precision Medicine. And our first presenter is Dr. Siwoo Lee of Kyum. He's going to talk to us about the beginning of precision medicine, a cohort of Oriental precision medicine and genomic epidemiologic analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lee. Good afternoon. As was just introduced, my name is Siwoo Lee of Kyum. I have been working at Q from 2017. And I will be conducting a project that's going to last until 2025. Well, the title is the beginning of the precision medicine. Well, I was going to talk about data, so that is why I've decided to change the title to cohort and genomics analysis. I'm going to talk about what precision medicine is, Korean traditional medicine, and then I'm going to give you some definition of cohort. So what is precision medicine in Korean medicine? Is there a relationship between the two? And is precision medicine in Western medicine and Korean medicine different? So I'm going to first talk about the Korean medicine so that I can talk about precision medicine in Korean medicine. Now is the time of precision medicine. About 10 or 15 years ago, everybody talked about evidence-based medicine, the EBM. And as Dr. Flowers said in his presentation, as President Obama began the PMI, everyone began to pay attention to precision medicine. Precision medicine became a subject of technology assessment since 2020. Then you may wonder what happened 2021. Last year, it was level 4 autonomous vehicle. Anyway, in 2020, precision medicine was the subject of technology assessment here in Korea, which means that precision medicine was a quite important issue in the Korean society. And the fact that we're discussing precision medicine here in this international forum means shows how important precision medicine is. And the precision medicine is the future medicine. Then we have what's called average medicine. Well, in our task project, we are targeting cardiological disease. So when patients come, we do the diagnosis, and then we apply universal or a single therapy. That's what average therapy means. Well, some patients may benefit, but some patients may not benefit. Some even may experience adverse effects. However, in precision medicine, based on patient data, and there could be 4 different data. They could come from genetic testing, blood testing, as well as from data from IT devices. And so based on this information, a physical therapy could be prescribed for some patients. And for some patients, it could be pharmaceuticals. For some patients, it could be procedures. You may say precision medicine is customized medicine. Well, it is, but precision medicine emphasizes precision, the accurateness. And so what could Korean medicine possibly meet with precision medicine? Well, in Korean medicine, we not just look at disease, we look at people. And precision medicine, the clinical information, the genetic information, as well as habitual information are analyzed to provide the optimal, customized healthcare service in order to diagnose, treat, and prevent or forecast the disease. We've had in Korean medicine, we have been providing 사상 medicine as well as pattern identification medicine. And so there are some things that could that possibly overlaps between the Korean medicine and precision medicine. And for cancer patients, we could have precision medicine for the cancer patients. So we could get clinical information from the patient, and we could also get habit-related information, and then genomics information. So we could set up a database with that information, and then we could apply analysis or analytics technology. So that is what precision medicine is about. So in the medical community, or that is in the so-called Western medical community, how is precision medicine related work being done here in Korea? Well, there's a project called KDNA. So for 10 years, there's going to be 1.5 trillion won invested with about 100,000 cohort. That is KGES cohort. I understand that there are about 300,000 people in this cohort. And a whole genome sequence data of these people in the cohort are being collected. And so National Institute of Health and KIST are taking part in this project. Kyum wanted to take part in KDNA project, but they said, why is Korean medicine, traditional medicine, interested in precision medicine? And so it was difficult for us to join KDNA project. And they are collecting such information as microbiome information and epigenome information. The Disease Control Center already has epigenome medicine, so I guess that's why they're collecting this sort of information. And as for the lifelog data are data from wearable devices, for instance. As for the analytics, there are many different types of analytic technologies that are being applied. And how about us, Kyum? Well, compared to the budget of KDNA, well, our budget is very small. That is only about 15 billion Korean won over 9 years. With Daejeon citizens from 4,000 people. Out of that 4,000 people, we are going to be looking at about 2,000 people. And we are trying to have the same items that we look at as the items included in the KOJI's cohort. So we have about 10,000 SMP data and 4,000 whole genome data or genome sequence data. So we want to have microbiome data for 2,000 people. Well, we haven't finished this. We're on the way of doing this. And we already have telomere data on 2,000 people. And as Fitbit, people would have to wear a Fitbit for 2 weeks, for us to be able to get that information. I'll talk about this later. And however, we're moving more quickly than KDNA data project. We'll be getting more in-depth, or we're hoping to get more in-depth data than KDNA project. We're getting demographic data, and we're trying to get also Korean traditional medicine related data. We would get such information as constitutional data. And we would also get such information as disease history, the daily habits. We would also get data from tongue, from iris, and as well as we're getting genomics data. Kyum is a research institute, so we need to work closely with medical facilities such as hospitals. With Professor Song and Professor Shin of Semyung University are working with us, and we are getting information from staff members of some universities here in Korea, And we were also getting information from Vietnam, but because of COVID-19, we have not been able to get information from Vietnam. And so we're getting this information in the eCRF system of the Korean medicine cohort. So we work KIOM and Korean Gallup Research Institute and Daejeon Oriental Hospital are the main actors. And so we are doing the follow-up study. And the CRFs that we have created, we have a new CRF, and that CRF format is going to be distributed to medical facilities soon. And so we're trying to look at habit and the relationship of habit to chronic disease. And actually, we looked at the relationship, and we have been able to write papers that have been published. As you see, mind and body are connected. So when we have to look at 5 different organs, as well as temperament of a person. And as for the constitutional information, so if you look at the pictures in below. So on the left we have Taeum, Soum, and Soyang, and Taeyang, and their faces would look like this. These are not actual faces. These are synthetic faces, so virtual faces that we made up based on the constitutional characteristics. Time is moving so fast, and when we are trying to diagnose a person's constitution, we have to think about natural characteristics as well as acquired characteristics. So we do 4 different types of diagnosis, and this information from these 4 diagnoses cannot be automatically translated to the data we can use. And so for the Korean traditional medicine, should they be dealing with genetics? Ask for treatment based on genetics. But in the ancient document related to Korean traditional medicine, we do see terminologies that may refer to genetics or genomics. And that is why about 15 years ago, we have been looking at genomics in the traditional Korean medicine. We have actually been able to report some numbers. So in terms of constitutions, about 40 to 70% have some sort of genetics relations. We have been able to report this based on twin studies and other studies. And if you look at those in the numbers in the red box, and so so-called of combination or the complex of characteristics would look like this. And the GWAS study are excellent in conducting study on rare disease. So the biomarkers. There could be a large number of biomarkers. For SMP, about 300,000 to 1 million biomarkers or the indicators are used. And for the whole genome sequence, there are about 3 billion sequences. So with 1 million, so this is not a small number. And this is 10 over minus 15. So there has to be such a significant statistic numbers to be able to use the numbers. and most of the students here are Oriental Medicine School students, with Taeum take up about 50% of the population. This is not rare if it's 50%. So what we thought is this. So rather than looking for this very rare biomarkers, let's look at some ambiguous biomarkers and then use AI analysis to come up with more concrete biomarkers. And this is the table that we came up with. And from these 7 prior studies, they applied a 10 over minus 15. And so that, however, for the project that we're doing, we were able to get these numbers. I mean, these are not confirmed biomarkers. They are more of a candidate numbers. We have to go through a blood testing, or we have to do analysis. So if there are so many of them, they are not going to be possible. So we are going to be reducing the numbers of these markers. And so we are taking, out of 20,000 facial pictures, we're trying to extract 4,000 data and combine that with voice data, and then apply AI analysis, and then apply that to apply that to genomics. However, for the cardiovascular disease, well, we need more habit-related data. We're trying to get, and we're getting lifelog data. We use a PSQI to get sleeping patterns, and we also checking the activity level, and with the FAQ, that is diet-related questionnaires. So we're using all these tools. So with sleep and activity, well, we're using Fitbit to get that information, and people are to wear Fitbit for 2 weeks. And so we're saying that if you wear the Fitbit for 2 weeks, we'll give you the Fitbits, for free. But 2 people out of 3 would reject that offer. I don't know why. I think people are concerned about providing their personal data. But we want to do this for 2 more years so that we have 2,000 people wearing the Fitbit, so that we can get data from Fitbit. And so we want to have 500 people using Fitbit per year, so that we get at least 2,000 people. So in the Korean traditional medicine, especially in precision medicine, what the most important thing is data, particularly cohort data. We also need to convert the data to be analysis possible, feasible. And so we have to get the genomics and precision medicine cohort. So we've done that 2020, and after that we want to be able to get more information from the hospitals, that's the clinical sites. But there are a lot of work for us to do. For phenotype information, how are we going to combine phenotype data with the genome data? Dongsin University last year conducted a study to look at microbiome in a village with people with longevity. And however, at Kyung, we want to do something similar, and we're going to be applying AI analysis. And so we want to be able to apply AI analytics to the data that we have collected. Korean traditional medicine. Traditional Korean medicine has to become biomedicine. That's what it has to do. However, in the courses, in the medical school courses, this seems to be overlooked. And I think it was last year, there was this study, there was this saying that in all labs, whole genome analysis will be done easily. And it's going to be able to look at the influencing of factors when looking at converting genomes to phenomes. And of course, this is not available right now, but the traditional Korean medicine has to prepare to allow for this in the future. That is for Korean traditional medicine to be able to deal with genomics, which means that we have to enhance our curriculums at the Korean medical schools. And about genomics analysis. In the so-called Western medicine, there is a conflict, as to which department is going to do this. Is it going to be the lab medicine, or is it going to be the diagnostic medicine? Anyway, we will have to do something similar at traditional Korean medicine. So the Korean traditional medicine is not yet known to be able to genomes-related work. And I think that in the future, it should be possible for the Korean traditional medicine to be able to do a genomics and genetic analysis. Dr. Lee, thank you so much for that presentation. He has talked to us about a cohort of oriented precision medicine and genomic epidemiologic analysis. So let's move on.
Second speaker is a Professor Lee Young-sung of Chungbuk National University Medical Informatics and Management. The title of his presentation is Importance of Health Research Platform in a Society Based in the Secondary Industrial Revolution Technology. Please welcome him. Hello everyone, I am Lee Young-sung, Professor of Chungbuk National University. I'm a medical doctor, and here a lot of Korean medical doctors are gathered here. But we are talking about convergence, and diverse area needs to be converged. And we are discussing about health research platform, which is important, and especially regarding precision medicine. There are a lot of data being accumulated, but we don't have so-called independent or secondary variables. So especially the contents, what should be included within the independent variable or secondary variable. If we identify that, the cost can be reduced. I'd like to introduce what the government is doing and also identify what we can all work together. So in a nutshell, everyone gathered here today all belonged within this circle. We really like to carry out research. And especially, we all have talent. We have passion. So the overlapping area, whether you are an individual or you represent an organization, we all belong to the overlapping area. The reason for being, that's what we are looking for. A lot of contents now being presented have been involved. 1.5 trillion project done by Keynote, and also merely 15 billion is a really trivial budget, but I have major policy. And medical systems, organizations within that sector, how can we engage ourselves? So those are the gist of my presentation. So the fourth industrial revolution, there are four elements that are extremely important. We already have big data in the precision medicine. Big data is already being accumulated. In terms of the high-speed internet, Korea is equipped with this superb technology, and AI is also helping it. But the last element, so-called business model, is what is lacking. And each element, the fourth industrial revolution, big data, high-speed internet, AI, on top of that, when business model is built, then everything can be concluded. In the Oxford industry, there was a Korean vocabulary. Total of 26 Korean vocabularies were included within the Oxford University Dictionary. So, I mean, these Korean words were not even written in Korean dictionary, but it is 대박, which is like a bonanza, and also all kinds of Korean cultures were well reflected. Well, within the Korean culture, we don't understand the value, but the global perspective is casting a new meaning. And we are standing at the turning point of the fourth industrial revolution, and we do have a potential to lead the whole world. That's what I want to emphasize. As I mentioned before, my own identity, my own value, I need to understand what I like, what I'm good at, and based on that, whether it is a salary or whether it's a research fund, whatever it is, we don't need many people, but rather those of you who are sitting here today, the law of the few can be applied. So from the tipping point, we can definitely realize our goal. How can we do that? As I mentioned before, even we are talking about the genomics and the precision medicine, but if we don't have enough words to explain that, the synergistic impact cannot be created. There are 4 different kinds of the blood type, but if you look at the pneumonia patients, and there are a lot of O blood type, and they are related with the cancer patients. So this is like same level, and in a way, this is the shortage or default of the precision medicine. To prevent that, we need to connect that. Who? The patient and the physician, Korean medicines, pharmacists, everyone needs to be well connected. So we need to build this network of confidence. That's what I want to emphasize on. Now, when we talk about internet, we talk a lot about fraud or manipulated data. No matter how secure network we use, it's not that we don't trust anybody, but in the internet era, once again, everything, even though it says to be secure, still there are some faults. And of course, those who are involved in the blockchain, you know how secure it is. But if we mobilize all of these, so-called in the Korean medicine research, the Korean medicine-related trials, if they connect with the West medicine, then among the cohort patients, those who experience Korean medicine, we can select them, and then we can also share the medical information. This is regarded as a software as a service, or platform as a service, or infrastructure as a service. Then, in order to do that, what we really need is the internet network. We have not only domestic network, but also we have international network. Ministry of Science and ICT, they are doing a lot of work in exchanging the data. Now we live in the era of a public service development strategy. You know that we even have a data exchange. And no matter what data you're talking about, you need to understand how data is being utilized, and data needs to be monitored. What I mean by that is the participating patients and also the physicians who have data about that patients, and the pharmacy who prescribe the drugs to that patients, and also medical devices provider who give devices to these patients. Every single participants need to share the information on a trial basis. Why don't we do that? How can we do that? Well, we do have the government agency. I've been working for 3 years as the president of the this agency, the NECA, National Evidence-Based Healthcare Collaborating Agency, and I try to link all the big data-oriented medical institutions with the public data resources. We don't have to wait like 10 years to see the data, but on the real world, on a real-time basis, we can see the data. We are living in that juncture. There are a lot of national agencies who can support that. So once again, National Evidence-Based Healthcare Collaborating Agency can play an important role. Here, the NECA can connect all the medical agencies and provide a platform where we can share the research result. Already, the next administration is talking about the data economy. In the healthcare, the data industry, data economy needs to be well connected. When we do that, we can realize sustainable research. So this is so-called the real-world evidence, or RWE. How can we find that? Well, in the era of the fourth industrial revolutions, we have AI, we have the data. If AI experts sit together, they always talk about we need data. We have the engine, but we don't have the data. And if you talk to the data expert, they say that the final pieces of the data, which is the outcome data, they don't have it. It relies on KCDC or at the medical hospitals. So they are complaining about that. And I believe that through social issues, if we approach that, the data about the patients, because once the patients agree to let people use his or her own data, definitely we can mobilize all the data and put it on top of the platform and use it. So this is so-called the assessment of the health medical data. For example, if we prescribe this and then if it has impact, and then the answer could be like, we shouldn't take this medicine or we should eat that. So that kind of data management can be possible. So for example, diabetics or dementias. I mean, usually the elderly people take dozens of pills per day. However, drugs have multiple effects, and their purpose is to improve the course of the disease and delay the worsening of the disease. And we can all connect that. So in relation to the social issues, we can do that. Now, the computer companies, their technology is developed, and especially they have like CDM distributed model, and we have also observations, health, data science, and informatics. I briefly mentioned about Oxford, and it's not just they don't do anything. Mukbang chime, all of these Korean words were listed as the unique Korean words. It's very meaningful. That's why they have listed these Korean words in the Oxford. What I mean by that is the data created by Korea. It's a trustworthy data. And as I mentioned before, the Korean medicine doctor who talk about not the disease, but look at the patient's personalized information should be the focus of our attention. Next, I'd like to introduce you about PHR. Starting from last year, 18 billion Korean won is spent so that every single patient in Korea can be equipped with a personal health record, PHR. If you look for PHR, you can even find the drug that you have taken 10 years ago. Or if you have undergone health check, you can check the information that you have had 10 years ago. What does it mean? It means that you can check the health information. You can check your health information by selecting the health management menu, such as medication information, health checkup, vaccination, medical history. Once you agree, anybody can look at this data. What's more important is that the researchers can use this data, and they can definitely make a huge contribution. When you write down a thesis, there is a first writer, second writer, all the way up to fifth writer, right? That means the data transaction is possible. Korea, for the first time, we can do this. And PHR, the personal health record platform, enable everything. Fortunately, the area of the Korean medicines and also the biomedical sectors and Western medical sectors, we are all connected because of the Korean insurance, medical insurance systems. Although you receive diagnosis and treatment separately, but still data-wise, everything's are well connected. We have that ecosystem. And that is why we can do this. How can we do that? Well, I think we can start with the public health. Because of the COVID-19, things cannot be resolved by using the healthcare systems, the behavior, lifestyles, or all kinds of the variable. For example, I mean, Korean people take kimchi, that's why we can overcome that. Or certain people have been vaccinated for other things. But instead of that, in relations with all kinds of data set, we can create and utilize the data sets to identify the relationship between the health patterns and environmental factors and disease. For example, 10 years ago, already the first applications of the wearable electrocardiogram health insurance started, and we are able to do this. What does it mean? Medical doctors as long as they are interested in on certain patient, they can check the physical exercise amount, the blood pressure, all kinds of necessary information can be checked up, and then it can be connected to the insurance, and the first trial has been already conducted. So, for example, the stroke or dementias or diabetic, all of these are recognized as the most chronic disease, and we can focus on the chronic disease. And you know, the presidential candidates, Lee Jae-myung and Yoon Suk-yeol, both of these two camps, they have conducted campaigns. They talk about the health, and also even they talk about the campaign promises of reimbursing people. And as long as you exercise a little bit, the medical insurance can also be saved or get reimbursed. And that's the time, the era that has arrived. So in a nutshell, today, in the Korean medical sector, if you participate in the cohort or platform as a service, it's the time that we need to do. The United States is already doing that. And also, United States developed a CMS fee schedule for information empowerment as insurance. I don't have time, so I will skip this. But a lot of patients' data, as long as the hospitals agree, we can well connect it and provide it as integrated access to the multidimensional data. So it can be as an EMR, medical record, or also electronic health record. All of these can be connected. And starting from 2020 already, this is the case of the United States. They are reflecting this. And Korea is also doing that. So COVID-19 provides a special platform, just like the CABIC systems in the States, and remote diagnosis and treatment is allowable now. And definitely, I believe that we can create a platform plus infrastructure. So 1.5 trillion won of the investment is not being provided to the Korean medicines, but we need to do that. We have with us the head of the Korean Medical Society and also other sectors. And if we work together, the emerging, this can be applied to every single sector globally. I mean, we have this spirit, strong spirit. So we are conducting the caring services, and I guess we have very strong personality for startups. And also, the whole nation can be connected as a research hospital trial bed. And if this is possible, we can take a further leap into the future. The medical and the Korean medical, both of these needs to be connected as a research platform. Well, there's a company called Goldman Sachs, and one of the engineer said that, you know why Goldman Sachs has emerged as the best credit agency? It's because once the Goldman Sachs gives approval point, then it can attract a tremendous amount of the investment. They have, believe it or not, Goldman has more programmers and engineers working on tech matters than Facebook. That's very significant. And today I'd like to emphasize once again, the reason for being for all of us is work together. If we do that, all of this is possible. The whole world is suffering from the instability, and I believe the safety preparation for the uncertain future is that we can create our own sector so that we can prepare for the future. Thank you for your attention.
네, 너무나
Thank you for your passionate presentation. Once again, Professor Lee Young-sung, thank you so much for your presentation. Creating the safest future is creating by our own hands. And thank you to you. I have also subscribed to the KHR.
서영대학교
Now from Semyung University, Professor Song Hyung-kyung is going to be making the presentation, and the professor is going to talk to us about precise or oriental medical research for children and adolescents. Good afternoon. I'm Associate Professor Song Hyung-kyung of Semyung University Medical School, and I'm going to talk to you about precise Korean medical research for children and adolescents. Some of what I talk will overlap with my previous speakers, so I will be quick about those parts. I'm going to talk about health and precision medicine, and health and K-medicine, and the new way of K-medicine. And as for precision medicine, Well, it began from biomedical paradigm to social medical paradigm to a social ecological paradigm. Well, in the biomedical paradigm, people were looked at as machines, and however, in since the late 18th century, well, the environment became to be important, and then ecosystem to be emphasized since the end of 19th century. And according to WHO, health is a state of a complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease of infirmity. And then there is about 75% of sub-healthness. And so medicine, there's the particularism and universalism, and the precision of medicine would be part of the particularism. And back in 2015, PMA began by President Obama. He talked about the precision medicine, and this is also a field of medicine that the U.S. is focusing on. And then there's a project called All of Us. So data will be collected from 1 million people to do this project. We're doing something similar here in Korea, and globally, the UK, Japan, and China are building biobanks. And here in Korea, since 2019, integrated bio big data is being built since 2019. And from 2021, we have been building the data from the human patient. Well, I'm being really quick because these have been covered by other speakers. And let's talk about CDSS. And this is to help decision-making for the physicians. And this is AI-based technology, which will do the data analysis and help physicians to make decisions. And the most well-known CDSS is Watson. And Watson is based on natural language technology, and cloud-based systems and other techniques are being applied here. And data needs to be accumulated to be able to use these technology. There's the EMR data, which is data within the medical facilities. It's a diagnostic clinical note to treatments created by single healthcare providers. And then there could be EHR, which is our records that exist between or among the medical facilities. And then there's the PHR, which is a patient information. So all these types of the data to be allow for the data analysis. And so a lot of data will be collected, and there will be deep learning, and then this has to be, and then it can be implemented by a CDSS. And I am developing PHR for children. And the PHR is an information that is collected by the patients themselves. And the patients themselves will have to collect their health and medical related data, which means that there needs to be better communication with physicians, and the patients need to understand the information and need to be able to make the decisions, and will be able to monitor the health status. And in Korean medicine, there is this saying that the treatment needs to be done before the disease begin in earnest. And in the ancient document, we do see all these information. With the kings, the average age they died was about 47, but Yeongjo was able to live until 83. And the kings received medical checks about 6 times a month, but he received medical checks about 17 times a month. And he also watched what he ate. He loved healthy food. So this shows how important this is to continuously maintain and manage health. And this is Hyunjak. when he made with Marquis of Huan of Jin Kingdom, and he, by looking at the face, he told this Marquis, where that he was sick. But the Marquis neglected this, and after he became ill, he began to look for this person who told him that he was sick. And this says that all the difficult things begin with small, easy things, and in all the big things must begin from the smallest things. This is what this means. And Dr. Ishi Woo has written a report about sub-health, and the concept of sub-health is that this is not exactly a disease, but a symptom persists, and these symptoms could lead to a disease. And the Korean medical pattern identification conducted in order to define the sub-health. There are many different symptoms accompanying the sub-health status, and what we need to do is to ensure that sub-healthness does not become illness. And this is data that I have found. And this shows that as people get older, they have more disease. And this is life's risk score. And this risk score was high in sub-healthy people. And so these risk factors related to health need to be managed in order to maintain healthy. And Keom has done a lot of study related to sub-health or sub-healthiness. And we at Semyung University is doing a similar study. And we have been able to get sub-health related information from the sub-health related system from Keom. And so KDC of Keom, along with Checheon University Hospital and the Semyung University Hospital are participating in this study as part of the cohorts. And what can we study with the adolescent patients? We are going to be getting PHR information. So we're going to be conducting a survey based on the Korean traditional medicine information, and then use technology to monitor the patients. And we're doing this with the adolescent patients. So, what sort of precision medicine be used for adolescents? Well, we can help children to grow healthy and strong. And so so the pediatric department, where children come here, children cry instead of describe how they feel, and the parents are not able to give accurate information. So it's quite difficult to diagnose children, and so. And also, it's more difficult to treat a woman than men, and it's more difficult to treat children than to treat women. So that means this tells us how difficult it is to diagnose and treat children. And so there are so many conditions to consider. And so we do need a different approach when it comes to diagnosing and treating children. We have to, of course, listen to caretakers. But what caretakers tell us is not everything. So we have to think of all other things. So to make sure that the children grow healthy, we have to think about the congenital as well as acquired conditions. And we are incorporating these conditions in developing this system to help children to grow healthy. And so about for lungs, for spleens, and heart are relatively weak in children, so we have to consider this. And children are more likely to develop a disease than adults, but they are more likely to recover, or more quickly to recover than the adult. So we are considering this fact as we develop this as program. And people are divided into 4 different constitutions, but children, we have different standards or criteria, and so we have used a few questionnaires to validate these 5 different systems that we use. And so children that only eat a few food with children with the constipation. So we would ask these questions, whether the children have the constipations, how whether they get cold easily, or they have allergic of asthma, or they have skin trouble. So we would also ask some questions to see if children have circulatory disease. And so whether the children go urinate at night, and when the children are slow to grow, and so whether children get tired easily and have weak eyesight. So all these conditions or characteristics would help us to tell which part of the organs or that they have the problems with. So we would have to keep backs and the feet are warm according to 동의보감, and we have to make sure that the children do not get surprised and that their food is always warm. And so these are some of the recipes. And there's something called 단동식품, and these are 10 methods that have been available here in Korea since the very early days of Korea to raise children. And here you see all these methods have been documented in a Korean documents. And so both some of the studies, the budget is so large. Well, our project is not so large in terms of budget, but we're trying to approach precision medicine for a pediatrician patients. And last year we began to develop programs to diagnose whether a child is growing properly, and we are now trying to advance the PHR data at this moment. And we're going to be applying AI technology, and so that we can develop prototypes for diagnosis for children. And we are also trying to develop a PHR that can easily be applied to children and adolescents. We of course have to go through the IRBs in order to get the approval for such a clinical studies. And it's not easy to get ICFs because the ICFs we have to get them from caretakers, from patients, because the children, but we still have to get consent from children. So we have to get assent forms signed as well as ICFs assigned in order to begin this clinical study to do this project that we're doing. And we use, of course, Korean traditional medicine, but we also try to diagnose, whether the children are growing properly. And so here we're looking at the growth plates. Young bones, there are spaces like this, and there are cartilages, and it seems as though there are holes. And the bones, larger bones, it's more solid. So we're using develop these programs to be able to measure these bone ages. Of course, there are similar systems already available, but we're trying to simplify this so that we can easily apply to children. And we are trying to look at, how hard the bones have become, and to be able to forecast the height of the children when they grow up as adults. And that is so you see these boxes here in the picture. And in the rounded box area, that's annotation. And we are trying to give scores to these boxes. And we are trying to develop technologies to determine bone ages. And we're trying to get the images from these growth plates and then analyze them, and so as to determine the age of the bones. And so when a picture is, by looking at a picture, we should be able to tell the age of bones. And so we have used AI to do data research or the data study. And so we have used the data we have collected so far in order to do this determination. We're looking at the bones from the knees. We're looking at the bones in the pelvis. And we are trying to we're developing APIs so that we can provide more customized medical services. At the end of last year, we were able to get true ages as well as the project age. To make this, we wanted to apply pattern identification. But if the survey forms are too long, mothers have difficulty filling them. So we try to shorten the forms about, the growth status of the children. And blood testing. Besides the basic blood testing, we would look at growth hormones as well as the female and male hormones. We also wanted to get genetic information, but that takes too much money, so we are not going to include genetic information here. And of course, algorithm will have to be applied here. And the PHR has been explained previously. PHR helps to improve relations between medical information provider and medical information user. That's how we can define this. And this has been explained by the previous speakers. For pediatric patients, we do have apps that we can use. And what's most important is growth. So it's the height and weight. And we are trying to develop an app to look at height and weight of progress of children. And in our department, we do not have such a PHR that we can use. And so we are trying to develop a PHR based on the data that we collect. And as I said, children cry instead of answering. Mothers sometimes give the answers instead of the children. And so we need to look at both we need to be able to get that information, not just from the children, but also from the mothers. We also would have to look at genes, the quality of sleep and the quality of activity. We wanted to use a Fitbit, but children, from children, it's quite difficult to use, Fitbit information. So most of the data collection is done through surveys. And so we're using pattern identification, this sort of data, and that data we are trying to identify the patterns when it comes to health of children. And data labeling will be collected with various devices, and the PHR data, the growth data will all be included in the CDSS ultimately. Thank you.
네, 이번 시간 역시
Thank you. That was in-depth information. That was Professor Semyung. So this is the end of our 3 presentations.
So we have heard the presentation by 3 speakers, and the first speaker, Principal Researcher Lee Si-woo of Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine, talk about the beginning of precision medicine, a cohort of Oriental precision medicine and genomic epidemiologic analysis. And also in the transitions to the precision medicine, we are able to hear a lot. And second speaker was Professor Lee Young-sung of Chungbuk National University, who talked about the importance of health research platform in a society based on the fourth industrial revolution technology. And he talked about how Korean people can more actively respond to this. And also, I have once again registered myself to the PHR. Third speaker of the first session was Associate Professor Song Hyung-kyung of the Semyung University, who talks about precise oriental medical research for children and adolescents. And it was very interesting, especially she talked about our historical literature, the research necessity about the precision medicine. And more recently, diverse clinical data were also analyzed, especially targeting the children and adolescents. And she also talked about how the prototypes are now being developed. It was quite interesting. I see a bright future, and also with a great expectation, I'm looking forward to see the new turnaround of the Korean medicine. We heard the presentation by 3 speakers, but now's the time to exchange our views. So next, we are going to have the panel discussion. The first panel discussion session will be once again joined by Director James Flowers, who has given us keynote speech and the opening address opening ceremony. So the moderator is Professor Kim Lee-hwa of College of Korean Medicine of Semyung University. Let me invite the moderator and also all the speakers of the morning session, and also Director James Flowers, who are joined virtually. So now we will begin the panel discussion. So together with the keynote speech and also 3 presentations, now's the time for panel discussion. So I'll hand over the microphone to Professor Kim Lee-hwa of College of Korean Medicine, Semyung University. Hello, everyone. I'll be moderating the first panel discussion. My name is Kim Lee-hwa. Well, what I was about to say was already covered by the MC, so I'll skip the introductory remark. Let me dive right away into the panel discussion. Let me pose a question to the speakers. Well, we are connected by Zoom and YouTube, and many people already pose a question. And if I cover all of those questions, we don't have much time, and one day is not enough. So I have selected a few questions and posed the question first to Dr. Lee.
Dr. Lee Shi-woo, besides genomics analysis, what can be useful for the Korean medicine practitioners in terms of precision medicine? And this is a question for Professor Young-sung Lee.
Regarding One Health, the smart platform infrastructure, we'd like to build it. But as a policy makers, what kind of approach is the most desirable or preferable one? So if you can recommend one policy platform, can you elaborate?
To Professor Song Hyung-kyung for in pediatrics. To advance Korean precision medicine, what should be specialized? What should be the special field of interest?
During the morning session, Dr. James Flowers, there's also a question for you. Precision medicine, how can we personalize that? And from the reductionist, how can we expand it? And you have come to conclusions that we need to regard not as a science, but as a culture, people-to-people relations. What are the strengths of the Korean medicine? Can you talk about that? The strengths and benefit of the Korean medicine. Due to the time limit, I'll ask Dr. Lee Shi-woo to answer first.
Thank you for the question. Well, clinically, what would be useful? At KIO, we are doing a genomics analysis related study. And what we are studying cannot be used by the clinicians right away. But I think it was 2 years ago, some of you may have participated in that conference, when we asked people how many people believe how important genomics is in Korean traditional medicine, and 70% of the physicians have told us they want to use genomics in the clinical field. But these genomic services for the Korean traditional medicine is not much, but a few companies are preparing for this service, and so the College of Korean Medicine, as well as the Korean medicine practitioners, I think we should not exclude biomedicines. No, because of the law, we cannot do blood testing at Korean medicine facilities or the Korean hospitals. But if you, in the old documents, there is a description of a certain phenotypes being inherited. And for us to know about this, we need to know genetics and genomics. But genetics and genomics are not part of the curriculum. And we are not really looking at genomics as of now. So the Korean traditional medicine hospitals can do some genomics. I cannot give you the specifics here, but policy-wise, we want to be able to provide support so genetics or the genomics can be done for the Korean medicine. And so the efforts must continue to include genomics as part of the traditional Korean medicine. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you. Next question will be answered by Professor Lee Young-sung. Please answer. Well, One Health research platform would like to build it, but policy-wise, what should be my recommendation? That was the question. As you know, policy-wise, the budget is critical. We can only establish policy when there's a budget. From the policymaker's point of view, One Health platform, especially building a platform for Korean medicine by Semyung University. Well, if you, professor, you need to get away and get rid of the image presenting that you'd like to only build a platform for your own research purpose. You shouldn't do that, but rather you should think about the residents, trying to address the social issues of the area that you reside in. For example, in the Chungbuk area, how you are trying to resolve the issues faced as a whole society. And you shouldn't just write down a thesis, one paper, which traditionally usually happens so far. But instead of that, you should utilize the format of academia and industry collaboration, trying to adopt or choose a certain research topic and then get the funding and trying to build a platform. And the outcome should be like startup or venture firms or giving a special benefit or even job creations to the people residing in a certain area. When that is likely to happen, then policymakers will be very much interested in and they allocate the budget. So from that perspective, in northern Chungcheong province and also in the Gangwon province and also in the northern Gyeongsang province, these three regions, they have their own limit or limitation. As you know, the population keep decreasing and local autonomy, government are having some difficulties, and in order to acquire budget, you need to make sure that all of these society problems can be resolved. You need to show that your research can contribute to resolving the society issues. And definitely academia and industry collaboration, partnership, if there is a vision for that, then the policymakers will be interested in that. The One Health platform that I mentioned or you mentioned, if you can connect that with the academic industry collaboration, definitely policymakers will be interested in, and especially the geographic access and also the equity or fairness, all of these are well reflected, then definitely you can get attention. Especially Semyung University is located in a central area in Chungcheong area. Also, second, you know that we talk a lot about data economy and data importance, but please get rid of the idea that data is something that you can use for your own problem. No, that's not the way. You need to think about data to be used for the nationwide issues. For example, one individual can get one's or their own health information from the hospital, and this health information, when they are accumulated, then the hospitals can be connected, and then we can build a data storage or data center concept. When that happens, that can contribute to the whole region, whole society. So the local government, the social groups, if everything are well connected, then we can build a health platform for the whole regions without having to worry about the data leakage. And when that happens, policymakers will help you. That is why I said that the data One Health concept should be for the benefit of the whole region. And if you can build that, there is a possibility that policymakers will help you.
축하드립니다. 다음은
Thank you. Professor Song, would you like to answer the question? Yes, thank you for the question. For in the pediatrics department, what precision medicine could be used? Gene analysis or constitution analysis? Well, for a pediatric department, we look at 5 different organs. If a child has weak lung, then that child is likely to have allergies and have immunity-related problem. And if the tics or the ADHD could also be diagnosed, using precision medicine in pediatrics.
감사드리고요.
Thank you. And during the morning session, Dr. James Flowers, who has given us keynote speech, there was a question to you. So will you please answer?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If I understand, the question is what is the strength of Korean medicine in regards to precision medicine, and how can we expand precision medicine? So probably I'll answer the second part of the question first. So for me, I think the strength of Korean medicine first is in the skill of the actual Korean medicine doctors. So when we create precision medicine with Korean medicine, so the technology is great and collecting data is great, but what will be Korean about Korean precision medicine? So what will be Korean? So one thing will be the Korean, of course, Korean doctors, and second is the Korean medicine theory. So the theory is very important. So that makes me think about how I have a question for the group for the seminar. What is the role of taking pulse in precision medicine? Because we're aiming for the idea of collecting data, but then we need the skill of the doctor to take the pulse of the patients. And that brings me to think about, so in the United States, there are already precision medicine clinics or hospitals. And so what they do is they do a biochemical analysis, and they test the blood and the genomic sequence and so on. And then what the doctors will tell the person, oh, you're deficient in this particular enzyme, or you're deficient in this particular vitamin, this particular element. And so therefore we're going to give you a medicine. So this is the precision medicine that is related to prevention. So I was thinking that Korean medicine doctors in clinical practice, aim to, Korean medicine doctors also aim to do that in clinical practice. So Korean KMDs, when they see a patient, they will take a pulse and they will make a diagnosis, and then the Korean medicine doctor will then tell the patient, this is what you need. But the language is different. It's Korean medicine language. It is about Yanggi or Umgi, and then the language is different. So for my thinking, the Korean medicine doctors need to insist on the input into this debate. And then I'm wondering about many things like the role of mind and emotions. So one of the speakers mentioned the mind-body link. So I'm very curious about how we can assess someone's mind, because as all Korean medicine doctors know, the mind or the maum is very important in their physical health. So I'm just wondering where this fits in. And this is my last point in answering the question. I think the strength of Korean medicine is the attention to the mind, which I think is absent in much of biomedical practice. And many biomedicine doctors, they say if you have emotional problem, well, you can see a psychiatrist, it's a different doctor. But Korean medicine doctors, the strength is to combine mind and body. So I'm wondering how this can fit into this new exciting project. And yeah, I'll stop there.
예, 답변 감사.
Thank you for the answer. From Kyunghee University, we have Professor Yang Ung-mo joining us. So, Professor Yang, would you like to make a comment? Good afternoon. My name is Yang Ung-mo from Kyunghee University, College of Korean Medicine. It's an honor for me to take part in this discussion. I did not know that such a forum existed. And they tell me this is the second year that this forum is being held. The medical trend is changing very quickly. As speakers have said 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it was all about EBM. Now it's precision. So as I was listening, I was really happy to hear these things. And I thought it would be really nice, if Kyunghee University students could listen to something like this. And I think this is a forum that is really inspiring to people like me as well as for the students. And Dr. Si-Woo Lee talked about life log and genomics and the cohort study. So he has introduced us the study that he is conducting. And Professor Lee Young-sung has told us about the global and the Korean trend and the research development and platforms. And he also gave us his suggestions. And Professor Sung Hyung-kyung talked about CDSS. She talked about the concept, and she also talked about PHR and CDSS development plans for pediatric patients. And I think most of you are from undergraduate. So I want to make a suggestion here. Well, personally, I am involved in CDSS development. Some researchers are data scientists, data engineers, some are Korean medicine practitioners. And since you are undergraduates, I want to say this, CDSS or precision medicine or PHR, what do you think is the most important thing to consider? I mean, this is a question to the students. I work with researchers from different fields. Director Bong Joon-ho, he said, what's most Korean-like is most global. So these are lectures and these are trends. I mean, you need to pay attention to this, but you shouldn't try to be too trendy. If you're trying to follow so-called trend, then you may lose sight of the true principles or the basic principles of Korean medicine. and about you study different blood types, but if you don't have the insight, whether it's a PHR, whether it's a EMR, EHR, whatever, and all these people generated data, and those data are mined, and then the machine learning is done, and AI is conducted and applied to the clinical field. That is the trend. But as a Korean medicine practitioner, in our clinic, we should not overlook the insight that we have, and to when it comes to applying the data that we have to the clinical practice. So I want you to study Korean medicine so that you have the insight for the traditional Korean medicine. So you have to have the insights. That has to be your foundation, your basis. You should not just follow what's fancy or what's trendy. So I just wanted to say that lastly.
감사드립니다.
Thank you. Well, during the first session, we have invited panelists who are very difficult to be invited, and also Professor Young-Sung is very difficult to invite because he's extremely busy, and also as the frontier of the Korean medicine, we have with us principal researcher Lee Si-woo with us, and also we have numerous panelists with us, and about 70 people are participating inside the conference hall, but about more than 600 people are watching via YouTube and Zoom. So really many people are watching. When keynote speech was delivered, there were a lot of questions, and also more questions are popping up, but I don't know if there's a microphone we can circulate, but I'd like to open the floor and give a chance to the participants joining at the conference hall on site. Anybody, please raise your hand, and please hand over the microphone to one of the students wearing white shirts.
I have a question to Mr. Flower. Above all, thank you for your representation. 저는 오늘 이사님의
Well, upon listening to your presentation, what was really impressive was a medical bilingualism that was really heart-touching. In relation with that, medical bilingualism, I have a question. Korean medicine has its own strength, human-centered philosophy. We need to maintain that, but at the same time, we need to meet the requirement, which is a science and evidence-based. And we need to transform Korean medicine into a therapeutic medicine. We need to kill two rabbits with one stone. Do you have any recommendation? How can we do that? You are muted. Please unmute.
Oh no, I'm not muted. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So killing two birds with one stone, or bringing two birds to life. I would say medical bilingualism, what we mean is that you are trained in science and you think scientifically, but at the same time you can really hold and really live according to the insights and the philosophy of Korean medicine. You can keep them together. So there is convergence and there is overlap. So I think we often overstate that there is a huge difference, and we can think about similarities. And so, for example, when I come to Korea, I hear many biomedicine doctors always emphasize EBM, evidence-based medicine. But in the United States, for example, in US, evidence-based medicine is not really accepted. It's kind of old-fashioned. It's already behind the times. So people think that, well, this is old. Why is it old? Because it's too limited and it's too narrow. So we need to broaden the way of thinking about medicine. And precision medicine is one way of thinking about broadening, but the danger in precision medicine is that it can be reductionist also. So that's why I'm encouraged by the Keynote project, which is trying to introduce the social determinants of health. And so I think what Korean medicine and biomedicine share is the idea of social determinants of health. So social determinants of health is not a strong feature in evidence-based medicine, which evidence-based medicine is often just disease-focused. And now, especially because of the COVID pandemic starting in 2020, in the medical community in the US, there was some kind of crisis because doctors came to think that we cannot just reduce medicine to evidence-based and science because there are so many social factors in who gets COVID and who gets treated, and why do poor people get COVID more than rich people because of social circumstances. So I think Korean medicine's strength is the idea of medicine as a human social activity based in culture. And I think if we stick to that and we understand that it's a culture, but also embrace science, that is what I mean by medical bilingualism, that we can walk on two legs and then kill two birds with one stone. It's something like that. I could talk more, but I think I'm talking too long.
예, 답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the answer. In the interest of time, we will have to stop here. I would like to thank Dr. Lee Siu-woo, Professor Lee Young-sung, and Professor Sang Hyung-kyung, and Professor Yang Eun-mo for joining us for this panel discussion, and also Dr. Flowers. So thank you for joining us. So this concludes the first panel discussion. Dean Kim Mi-hwa, thank you for leading that discussion. I hope you enjoyed a panel discussion. So we have now concluded a first session of presentations as well as the panel discussion. We have been able to expand our understanding of Korean medicine and precision medicine, I believe. We will now take a break. There's a coffee shop on the second floor, with the coupon that we have provided, you can buy coffee and other beverages as well as snacks. Please do enjoy and come back here at 2:40.
Then we'll begin the second session. Let me introduce the first speaker of the second session. CTO Kim Young-soo of Integral Medilab Company will make a first presentation. The title is Oriented Precision Medicine Using AI Posture Analysis Technology. Please welcome CTO Kim Young-soo.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Young-soo from Integral Medilab. Thank you for inviting me to be a speaker. I was listening to all the presentations from the morning session, and I thought, should I be among these such prominent speakers? So I'm a bit embarrassed. I think I was asked to make a speech because of my interesting experiences. I did graduate from College of Korean Medicine, and then I studied neuroscience at KAIST, and in the company that I work for, I'm a developer. So I do have quite interesting experiences. And so using such experiences, I'd like to talk to you about Korean precision medicine using AI posture analysis technology. Precision medicine has been explained by such excellent speakers before, so I'm not going to go into details here. But precision medicine is thinking about personal characteristics to make accurate diagnosis and provide more tailored treatment. Why is precision medicine so popular nowadays? nowadays is because we have more personal data than ever before, and we do have more ways of dealing with this data, and that is why precision medicine has come into such an interest and also being advanced. Director Flowers and other speakers have said that Korean or traditional medicine are very tailored medicine. The doctors, Korean physicians, ask questions and diagnose the constitutions, and then identify the patterns, and then prescribe herbs and acupunctures. So is Korean traditional medicine truly precision medicine? I'm not 100% confident because it's because of data. I do have experience of seeing patients as a traditional Korean medicine doctor. I look at patient data and I think about a lot of things, but it all comes down to express it. I mean, can I accurately convey what I have understood? What I have understood, can it be accurately represented in data? So for Korean medicine to become a precision medicine, what we really need is good data. And we need a consistent terminology as well as consistent classification system. And we also need a consistent ways of storing, managing, and sharing the data. And so I've been asked by a lot of people around me. So they say that they are trying to do research and development in Korean medicine, and they don't know how to get the data and how to collect the data. And so when I get these sort of questions, I ask these questions back to them. Can you fill in the data that you have in a spreadsheet? Can you also give consistent values to the items? Or can you always have a consistent values in the consistent format? So if we are able to do this, then I think we are truly able to use the data in Korean medicine. So based on my experience as a Korean medicine doctor, let me show you what sort of software we have developed at our company. Well, in 2018, I was seeing patients at a clinic. Here, I have a picture of my daughter. I was doing a lot of chiropractic therapy, so I would be talking to patients about their postures. Well, although I'm not practicing anymore, but I was a beloved and trusted physician at that time. And I had a PC, a tablet PC. So I took a picture and then I would draw lines like this. So your posture looks like this. And if we do treatment, your posture will change like this. So that was the method that I used. But now that I'm working in the IT industry, I think I have used a very primitive method. But this is not a bad method, thinking back. I mean, this is one of the practical things that we can use in the medical field. So in the company, so that is back in 2020, I was talking to a developer in the company. We were talking about AI technology. AI would look at a body in a picture and then be able to place dots on bodies. So we may be able to do our work more objectively now that we have AIs placing dots on bodies. So we use this technology from Kakao to place dots on bodies of people. And with this developer, I developed an app. It's called BeatDoc in an app store. It's not something that I'm proud of, but using this technology, we were able to do quite a bit of interesting things. I used a technology called computer vision. It's a visual technology. So computer would be looking at a body so computer would be acting like a person, would be identify certain things in a picture. I mean, we talk about AI. And this AI is applied to this computer vision. And I was able to use this computer vision to develop this app. And so computer vision is an area within the AI that has the largest number of patents applied, and followed by natural language processing technology. So autonomous driving. So we, in my app, I have this technology to place dots on bodies, but in this technology with the autonomous driving, well, they are able to identify moving objects. This is a picture in the App Store. It's a simple app. So you take a picture or you collect a picture. You are able to use the AI to place the dots. And I can talk to patients, where the problems are. I could talk about the angles. And those angles can be translated into scores and numbers like this. This was a free app because I made this as a hobby. And I thought that the app would disappear in a month's time. But fortunately or unfortunately, this is very much loved, and there are over 1,000 users of this app. So at request of people around me, I began to upgrade this app. So back in 2021, well, that was last year. So I now I'm able to place more dots, and I'm able to show of the face, more of moving to a side more. And this year, I'm going to further upgrade this program. Well, previously I used pictures, so it was a stationary. So when a person is not moving, then we were able to place the dots. But in the clinical practice, we see more people moving, and we are able to diagnose people that are exercising or people that are moving. And the technology is this. Here, I'm using this technology. It's a technology called MediaPipe from Google. So this is an image. So when a person is moving, we can follow the movement and get in real time movement of a person. I'm not going to say who this person is. So as we were developing this posture analysis app, I became interested in the comments that I received. And there are some comments that are quite interesting. I mean, this was a critical of a review comment. I mean, some were saying that the app was inaccurate, that they didn't know what to do with the results of the app. Here, I think we have to look at policies. We do not have, we have a very clear-cut scope of medicine here in Korea. So if you're just going to provide observational information, well, that information can be used in health supplement products. But if you're going to use certain information for the purpose of diagnosis and treatment, then it becomes then it's a medical issue. So you may wonder why such a regulation. But if it's such a thing or a scope did not exist, then we would have many charlatans or fraud in the market. And so that is why such a regulation exists. And this is a definition of a medical device. This is a legal definition. And there are, however, exceptions. If a device is used for chronic conditions or health status and has less impact on health management of a person, then it's not a medical device according to Korean regulation. And so this is something we always keep in mind as a company that is developing these sort of apps. So we have to get approval from MFDS if we're going to market a medical device. A form check or X-body. These are some of the devices in the market that are being used for medical purposes. And people are, you may have heard about digital therapeutics or software as a medical device. This is about intervention. If a software is used for medical intervention purpose, then that is a medical device. So in other countries, AR and VR technologies are used in solutions in order to provide rehabilitation treatments. And here in Korean medicine, we could come up with physical test to assist a device. So such an app or the software can be used as assist device for physical testing or and there's a posture app that I mentioned. Well, we could actually, pinpoint acupuncture point or meridian point, but it's not really a medical device because this is just pointing to the facts. But if you're going to do a more accurate diagnosis, then there are things that we need to do first. We have to think about the economic aspects, what the market size is going to be. And we also have to think about how accurate this is going to be, how reliable this is going to be. If 100 is the best, maybe we could go up to 80, but it's difficult to go from 80 to 90, from 90 to 100. But in the medical device requires high reliability and a high accuracy. So we have to ensure that such an accuracy and reliability are there. And also data has to be secured in order to ensure safety and effectiveness. So what I'm trying to say is that to be able to provide Korean medicine, precision medicine, what we really need is data. We talk about big data. What we really need is high quality data, not just large amount of data. We need researchers and developers participating in collecting good data so as to develop good products and services. And we need to have good standards to continue to accumulate data. And what we need is terminology as well as properties that can be used for good communication with those people who are outside of Korean medicine community. So when all this is in place, I believe that Korean medicine can become truly precision medicine. So this is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. That was CTO Kim Young-soo of Integral Med Lab. He has told us about computer vision programs that has been developed in the past 4 years using artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Let me introduce the next speaker. Next speaker is Professor Kim Chang-up of Gachon University College of Korean Medicine. Title of his presentation is Advancement of Korean Medicine Clinical Trials Based on Big Data and AI. Please welcome him. Hello everyone. I was just introduced by the MC. My name is Kim Chang-up, Professor of Gachon University College of Korean Medicine.
네. 방금 제가 오늘 발표할
The The title of my presentation is Advancement of Big Data and AI in Korean Medicine Clinical Trials. Before I begin my presentation, very basic concept I'd like to define. AI, we use frequently, and machine learning is also oftenly used, and deep learning, I'm sure you heard it. But what kind of relationship does the AI machine learning has? So I'm showing you this picture. So AI is a big picture, and computer is duplicating or copying what human does, and that's the AI. And there are various different kinds of AI, and starting from 90s, the major trends of AI is using statistical knowledge and uncertain and unstructured data. We try to analyze it and come up with more structured information. That's where the machine learning comes in. And most of the AI is equal to machine learning. Of course, it's not everything, but most of the AI that we talk about nowadays is similar to that of the machine learning. And from 2012 to 2013, we began to talk about, let's go and use machine learning, and one of that is deep learning. And deep learning is so frequently used, some says that deep learning is equal to AI, but that's not true. Deep learning is a part of machine learning, but also that is included under the umbrella of AI. And people do not use deep learning, but rather they use machine learning. So deep learning is not always the best solution. So in the past, probably, we have analyzed the data in a statistical approach, but within machine learning, we use computer, and then we identify the patterns, and we predict the future. So machine learning and deep learning, once again, has a commonality, which is the big data. And today, very briefly, I'd like to introduce machine learning so that we can find the commonality between the Korean medicine and also deep learning and AI. Since I don't have much time, I will be very brief in classifying the machine learning. And there are many ways we can classify machine learning, but there are three major ways. The first is a supervised learning. And supervised learning means the existing statistic, we can do regressive or logistic regressions. And also when there is a data input, looking at those data, we can find whether those data are benevolent or malicious data. And then, like for example, we look at people and then see the height, and then we can expect the weight. So it's a similar approach. In machine learning as well, there are data, and then we can gather the data and then input it to the computer, and then computer can try to identify the patterns and then come up with the solutions. So successfully, if the computer is well trained, even though the data is for the first time they see it, they can see whether it's a cancer or not. So this is the supervised learning, and most frequently it is used and well developed. That is supervised learning. And now unsupervised learning is, once again, we just give a data and we don't give an answer to the computer. And there are many things they can do. And compared to the supervised learning, unsupervised learning can do many things. For example, it can see whether it's correct or not, or it can even predict the answer. So everything can be done. And depending on what our intention is, we can do many things. For example, in this photo, you can see X and Y, the weight and the number of the coins. We can predict that, the size and the weight, and then we draw the table. For example, in the unsupervised learning, we can even see that there is 1 or 2 cluster, or even all the way 4 clusters. And that answer can be given by the computer. So the computer finds the patterns and then let us know. Now, reinforced learning is, it's more like an AI. There's an agent take actions, and then when agent takes actions, then the environment changes, and then there's a feedback. So it could be reward or it could be punishment, and based on the punishment or reward, the agent will change the behavior. And this is what AI usually take actions, just like AlphaGo that takes actions. So it takes the supervised learning. On top of that, it also mobilized reinforced learning. So now let's go into the main contents of my presentation. First, I'd like to briefly, I have explained to you the concept of the supervised and unsupervised learning, and also how we can apply the supervised learning to the Korean medicine. And here we'll talk about Sasang constitutional medicine, whether we can actually use that. And here is unsupervised learning. Instead of introducing the case study, it could be quite difficult concept for you to understand, but when we apply machine learning, there are things that we need to pay extra attention, and I'd like to share what we need to pay attention to. So those are, maybe this topic could be quite difficult for you to understand, but I hope you would be able to understand that. Now, application example of supervised learning in Korean medicine diagnostic research. There are also other words like using statistic, how we can use the variables and then use that. Well, we could say that these were the approach of the supervised learning. AI is not something grandiose things, but we've been already doing that. And Keynote did this, and Keynote has already analyzed this based on the constitutional medicine. It's a very simple idea. So machine learning based predictions of Sasang constitution types using comprehensive clinical information and also identification of key features for diagnosis. It didn't improve much, but about 70% of the accuracy. That's the maximum, not anymore. Of course, there's not agreement among these specialties, but still they have come up with this model, ERT model. And then next, this is about the application example of the supervised learning once again. But in the out of 4 constitutional medicine, well, usually the yellow bile is excluded, so the remaining 3 were reviewed. Among the 3 features that account for 25% of the features importance, and on the value we came up with the value. What's interesting is that this model, in order to identify what variables are the most important, so we can understand what AI is thinking about. You can see that here, in case of the yellow vial and black vials, you can see that the pelvic circumstances is very important, but also you can see that the pelvic and rib circumstances were the most important thing. But in case of the 태음, here, numerous variables take the importance in a variable way. So, of course, AI try to imitate what human beings think, but there's no guarantee that AI can do exactly what human being does. And especially when we try to diagnose the constitutional medicines, we can even use this model. So, in a very aggressive way, we have developed a tool. In Korean medicine, the reason why it's so difficult to do that is because if we just study the textbook and apply that, it's easy, but we don't usually just apply what the textbook talks about, which means that the teacher sometimes doesn't know exactly what to teach. So there are a lot of things that implicit way of taking action. So instinctively we know what to do, but implicit wise we don't say it out loud. And if we understand Korean medicine, in a way, we need to make it sure that the implicit process of diagnosis by the doctor should be more clarified. This paper is not the complicated one, but it's a development of an explicit and implicit knowledge. And to do that, we need to use the tools. And also the doctors, the trainees, and also we have done the survey to try to identify the explicit knowledge. And we try to ask them to write down the answers. And this is about, for example, when I see ENT patients, I think these are the most important things. So this is a supervised learning of Korean medicine diagnostic research. And then we have once again showed the result of this survey to the Korean medicine. And based on the actual questionnaire result, this model try to learn the data to imitate the judgment of the doctor as much as possible. Afterward, by looking into this, the doctors try to see whether AI can be learned, and they came up with a model. And in a way, the judgment to be made by the doctors were well predicted. And once again, we look at the model, how much the variables were taken into account. And of course, there's no 100% consistency, but there's a quite high correlations. So this is comparison between implicit and explicit knowledge. So as a conclusion, there's a huge difference between implicit and explicit knowledge, as you can see. So intra-individual correlations of the explicit and implicit importance scores, representative examples, and nodes and edges represent the types of the importance scores and the correlations between the importance score respectively. So we show this graph, and then there are different things like digestions, or also there are other elements like ABC, and I myself, or then I compare with my peers, how different am I doing compared to my peers. And then the last one is a comparison of explicit and implicit importance scores, and blue and green, both of these is implicit. You can see that it's quite high in score. So they have referred to the Korean medicine, but also in the orange color is explicit. So verbally, they say that they don't regard Korean medicine highly, but implicit wise, they regard it very highly. So looking at this objectively is extremely important to further develop Korean medicine. So this is quite conceptual research, but I hope that the supervised learning of Korean medicine diagnostic research can be further carried out. Now let me tell you about supervised, unsupervised learning. Because when we talk about the cluster, people say this frequently. It seems that the dialectic in the textbook does not reflect the actual clinical practice, and also the constitutional medicine in the textbook is not well classified. And could it be that the theories and ideas are obscuring the truth? People say that. If so, what if we could let the real world, big data, speak for itself? What if the constitution is classified according to the patterns revealed by the clinical big data and dialectic type when it's organized? So these were always mentioned when we talk about the unsupervised learning. So it's a very attractive ideas. Instead of concept, instead of theory, data-driven Korean medicine classification is important. So all the way up until here, what I want to say is that these issues are not simple. It's complicated, but we need to let the data speak for itself. Because as you can see here, the left one is unsupervised learning. Let's assume that there are only two variables. And then the point shows the patients. So when we do the clustering, we can classify into two. And yes, if we think in that, it's right that we can classify into two. But when we try to classify and the responder to the drug A and B are not a good classification. It's red and blue color, which means the data that we accumulate, the variable already reflect our prejudice, and then you can reflect to the clustering. And variable 1 and variable 2, you can see the ideal clustering result based on the drug treatment response is different. So the problem is that we assume that the investigated variable had equal weights, and a completely unsupervised approach is not the answer. And we need to find weights that allow us to derive significant cluster, meaning that we need to find the suitable space for the data to be placed. So finding significant clustering is not easy to do so. Now, the existing weight electoral survey, let me be quick. And this trial has already existed, but our prejudice has already been reflected. And in order for the data to identify a meaningful cluster and to come up with a meaningful, effective intervention, what should we do? Of course, doing a lot of tests and trials is good, but that's not enough. What should we do? What kind of trials should we do? Well, due to the time limit, I'll skip. Indirect way, we need to come up with a new approach to understand the complex shapes of the high-dimensional data. And going into the next topic, I'd like to tell you about the dimensionality reduction. And, well, I will finish within 3 minutes. So, data has a lot of shapes and shape has a meaning, but it's sometimes very difficult to analyze that. And high dimensional data analysis is extremely important because data with many variables relative to the numbers of samples is very difficult to do that. And that's why I talk about the curves of dimensionality. And of course, we can use this for the dimensionality reductions, but if we input the figures, the numbers, and then try to commit it, once again, it's a dimension reductions in autoencoder, and it's a generalizations and abstractions, and we can definitely do the modeling. So the Korean medicine diagnosis and treatment that AI doctors must learn are as follow. What is going on in the head of the Korean doctors? What kind of structure is processing high-level information in the head of the Korean doctors? Well, more recently, there were a lot of research being done. It's only beginning. But of course, in China, they are trying to do that too. But Korean medicine, we need to take an approach in a very numerical or mathematical approach, and there could be also modeling. Well, I'm sorry for not keeping the time. That concludes my presentation.
지금까지
Thank you once again, Professor Kim Chang-hyuk, for your excellent presentation. Thank you once again for useful presentation. Advancement of the Korean medicine clinical trials based on the big data and AI was the title of his presentation. He shared many cases. Thank you.
네, 이제 오늘 두 번.
Now we're going to invite our third speaker of session number 2. Professor Suan Lee of Semyung University will be making a presentation on AI and big data technology for precision medicine. Please welcome Professor Lee. Good afternoon. I'm Professor Lee Suan of the Computer Department of Semyung University. I'm going to talk about AI and big data technology for precision medicine. I have majored in computer science, so I'm going to talk about precision medicine in terms of AI and big data and in terms of computers and IT. Well, precision medicine is a part of healthcare. And as you know, AI is doing a lot of things that people used to do. You may have heard about Deep Blue, and you may have heard about IBM's Watson. And Watson became popular at a quiz show. And you may have heard about Watson won over the quiz shows over a lot of people. And then there's AlphaGo. And AlphaGo brought about an opportunity here in Korea to make a lot of investments into AI. And then there's Libra2. So this is about poker. And in poker, you have to be able to bluff. And AI is now able to cheat people, can do bluffing. So this was quite remarkable in that bluffing has become possible for the AI. And now deep learning is the main trend. So when I teach AI, about 50% of time is allocated to deep learning. So, and this is about neurons. And this is about brains of people, the brain structure of people. You've you know about this dog experiment, Pavlov. So the bell rings, dogs salivate because it's been trained to do that. So this is what that is about. And then there's something called the perceptron, which is a mathematical artificial neural network. And deep learning is when this perceptron is linked in a deep manner. So this is a mathematical function. So let's watch a video. I don't have a mouse to operate. Anyway, this is the neural networks. And this is a very famous video. And so how does a neural network convey the signals in terms of numbers? And this is showing how this neural network can accurately predict or determine numbers. So I have a lot of slides, not much time, so I'm going to be quick in my presentation. And so let me talk about food, because this is very much related to health. So we take a picture of a food. Then we have to identify the location of the food, and we have to identify what that food is. And when we take a picture of food, we are able to know the calories. So location and the size of the food can be studied by the deep learning, and the deep learning can, based on the size of the food as well as the ingredient, is able to calculate calories. So that's how the AI can calculate the calories. And also AI can find recipes because it can look at the ingredients. It can even look at sesame if sometimes. And so looking at these ingredients, they can identify the recipes. So when there is an input, there has to be an output. So food is the input. Well, historically, from what I heard, the feces of kings have been tasted by royal physicians, and they did that in order to determine health status of the kings by tasting feces. And Stanford University came up with what's called a smart restroom. And so there will be sensors located like this, such as the motion sensors, the pressure sensors, and here they would sense the anus. So because every anus has different patterns, so these patterns of the anus will be able to identify a person. And because of privacy issue. So in order to protect a person's privacy, this uses anuses patterns. So by looking at the anus or sensing the anus, this toilet will be able to will be able to tell from whom the feces came from. And then there's object identification. It seems to be moving on its own. I don't seem to be able to control, so I will have to skip the segmentation. And there's a father of deep learning. He is a guru of AI, and he is Mr. Jeff Hinton. And he said that radiology will disappear in 5 years' time, and that he said that back in 2010. He said that because deep learning is advanced so quickly, so visual analysis is not going to be useful, and that's why radiology department is going to disappear. That's this is him saying that. So for these medical images, deep learning can do the segmentation very accurately. Data will continue to accumulate, and will be able to make determinants without the errors that people make. But it seems that the cooperation between AI and people produce the best results so far. When that is as of now. Students. One of my students was employed in this hospital. And so this is a student with a computer background who's been employed at a hospital or medicine-related company. So bone age, or looking at bones, this system is able to tell an age of a person. And this is a brain segmentation, and this is chest, and this is eyes, ocular system, and this is lung analysis. And with deep learning, looking at images, it's possible to generate captions. And so a caption of explanation of images can be generated automatically. So there's a man in black shirt playing a guitar. So just looking at a picture, the AI is able to give a description. And looking at a picture, a question such as, is it raining? And the answer would be no. But what is it holding? So what is that man holding? The man is holding an umbrella. So it's not raining, but the man is holding an umbrella. And so AI can ask questions about an image or a picture and be able to also provide answers. So how many people are in the picture? There are 2 people in the picture. And this sort of technology can be applied to a medical field. So deep learning technology can be applied to medicines. And this is VQA. It's a field called the VQA. So there are these diverse medical images, and questions can be asked of these images. And there are radiologists that read these images. So those radiologists may be complemented or supplemented with this technology going forward. And I think this was 5 years ago when I was going through my postdoc degree. This was technology that was not applicable to different domains. So face, pose, and hand locations can be estimated. And I think this was a year ago or 2 years ago. One of my students in the lab, using pose estimation technology, was able to develop this system to count push-ups and flanks. And lifting dumbbells and squatting. How many times he squatted or held up the dumbbells can be counted. And using this system, we are able to check the poses. And with the wrong posture, people do get sick. Now, with a camera, it is possible for us to see a person's posture and make recommendations to improve the postures. And now I want to talk about big data. So AI is useful because there is big data. I mean, isn't this very smart? This says that big data in healthcare. There are a lot of factors in big data that are quite interesting. So medical records, health records, or it could be EHR or it could be PHR, and also the vital signs that come through the medical devices, and the data that are generated through wearables. I'm talking, my heart rhythm's really fast because I'm talking really fast. And then there's the personalization, which will be very important for precision medicine. And there could be diverse services. I mean, it can be used to provide diverse services and to efficiently operate hospitals. So big data in healthcare be used for many things. And if you can predict the patient numbers accurately, you'll be able to better operate your hospitals. I mean, if you know how many patients you will have tomorrow, I mean, you can better prepare. And EHR or the PHR data can also be used effectively and efficiently. And you do need an architecture like this to do big data analytics. And there are not just for diagnosis, but also for the precision medicine, this sort of big data could be used. And EHR, which would include prescription medicine as well as blood test results, can be used to do very advanced data analysis. Back in 2018, Google published this very interesting paper. And this is a paper that looked at scalable and accurate deep learning with electronic health records. So this was a paper that was about AI being able to predict, whether a patient would die while in hospital, or whether he would be able to be discharged in 30 days time. And then there's this mimic data. And this is information data from Israel. So this is de-identified information of patients in critical care. Now we have this similar data in Korea. It's called the K-mimic data. About 94.5 billion won will be invested over 5 years to develop data, to generate this data. And what's really important is data. Data has to be in place first. And it has to be a lot of data, not small data. But fortunately, now we do have big data being accumulated in Korea. I'm going to go even faster now. There's the vital data, and not just from the wearables, from other medical devices being attached to the body, we're able to get this vital data from the patient, and we can use that data to be able to do analysis of conditions of a person, and also use that data to be able to predict disease, and also it's also possible to detect adverse events. And big data is being collected in healthcare and precision medicine. And this is, there are a lot of heterogeneous data being collected. And so this data has to be converged, has to be integrated properly. And when this diverse data are integrated properly, then we would have excellent application for precision medicine. Thank you very much. That was Professor Lee Swan of Semyung University. Thank you very much. It was a very insightful presentation. He talked to us about AI and big data in precision medicine. Now we will move on to the first speaker.
보겠습니다.
Next speaker is Director Kim Dong-bop from Life Semantic Cooperation. Title of the presentation is Introductions of the Precision Medicine Big Data Establishment, Case Studies and PHR Surveys of Korean Medicine. Please welcome Director Kim Dong-bop. Hello everyone. I am Kim Dong-bop, Director of Life Semantic Cooperation. Well, I represent company, and my company is a specialized digital health company. We provide digital healthcare service. We utilize AI and numerous IT-based services to take care of the health, which means that the business area that we cover is a medical terms, clinical contents, management, service, R&D, consulting, and also PHR solution establishment. My company has the Life Record, which is a digital health platform we operated on top of the cloud. And Life Record digital health platform is a business based on platform, and using digital, we try to contribute to the health care. It's a cloud-based platform. So in the healthcare and medical sector, we try to achieve transformation. The traditional companies like financial fintech companies, when they try to provide more digital service, we can provide our platform. And second business area that we provide is a digital health solutions, AI, algorithm technology, content, technology application, management technology, care planning are also our business area. The previous speaker already talked about it, but also digital therapy or digital medical sector is one of our business center. Well, digital health related services are not recognized. Only 4 products are currently undergoing clinical trials under the registrations of the Korea FDA, and Life Semantic is currently carrying out clinical trials. And who will come up with the digital therapy that is attracting a lot of attention? In my company's case, Red Pill is a COPD or a prognostic management of cancer patients after discharge. We try to help them to relieve their respiratory symptoms. So this product, Sumtum, is they use the mobile applications so that people suffering from asthma or lung cancer, they can undergo the checking of the O2 oxidation, and depending on the number, we can also provide guidance how much exercise they can do that. Some of the patients are so scared so that they don't do any kind of physical exercise. Some are aggressively taking care of their health and exercising too much. So based on data, we are managing their health and giving also digital therapy effect. So this is called Sumtung, our product. So let me elaborate about this digital therapy. It's software devices, and at the same time, this is an application. Of course, VR, AR will be embedded, and we can use both of this, but basically, the concept is simple. We go to hospitals, and when we are sick, we meet the doctors, and doctors prescribe drugs and the medicine we take for about a week. And after we continuously take the medicine, we feel like our symptoms improve. And the application will be prescribed by the doctors. It could be 1 month program or 3 months program. In a very sophisticated way, the program will be embedded in our mobile devices, and the application will implement this program, and the therapy effect can be enjoyed by all the patients. So today, I'd like to introduce you the healthcare data, how we can use that for AI technology, especially in the precision medicine. Other speakers already talked about precision medicine, but in a nutshell, how can we collect the data, and also how can we utilize the collected data? And here, the data has its own characteristic and features. We need to understand whether we can collect the data or not. Only then we can use these data. So, in the healthcare sector, there are categories. First, at the hospital, in the process of patients meeting doctors, there are EMR or EHR data. So electronic medical or electronic health record data is created by hospital. On the left, you can see that it's public data. And when I say public data, it doesn't mean that it's revealed to the public, but rather it's possessed by the public agencies like Health Insurance Corporation, HIRA, etc., or KCDC. And you can see that on the right column, there's the genomic information data. In the center, there's a health data or life log. Now, when we provide healthcare service, Well, most of the data so far mostly was created by the hospitals or clinics, and then these will be gathered at the big data database, and then service can be provided. And from service-wise, numerous devices, wearable devices will be used. This photo was drawn long time ago, but the structure has not changed. Now this data, depending on who creates the data, it can start from the hospital-centered healthcare data, and also there's a individual-centered healthcare data. So in case of the hospital-centric data, naturally, when patients go to hospital, the data is created and will be kept as a record. But there's also a vacuum. On the left, you can see the track and observations are sometimes missing. In terms of the tracking and observation can be regarded as a blind spot, and it should be recorded at the hospital, but sometimes those are missing data. How can you overcome that? How can we make it as a individual-centric healthcare data, like daily habits, lifestyle, or all of these can be measured by the device, and these devices can be mostly used. But most important thing is that compared to the hospital-created data, individual-centered healthcare data is hard to be acquired because hospitals, everything is easy. You can easily accumulate the data. But on the right column, you see that if we try to collect the data from individuals, it's very, very difficult. I'm sure that some of you have already experienced this when you try to conduct the clinical trials. If you distribute the medical devices and try to gather the data and ask them to record the data, it's cumbersome. Patients refuse to do that. It's very challenging. Now, these are the classifications of the data. The first one is PHR or my data, and second is healthcare data or big data. So on the left column, you can see that PHR data can be immediately be identified and you can recognize this. On the right column, you'll be able to see that it's a big size data, but it's pseudonomy and it's not identifiable data. So the healthcare data, as I mentioned, the big data, it's possessed by the HIRA or Korean Medical Insurance Review and Assessment Service Company. And also for the data analysis, all of these go into the database. And regarding CDM, somebody already mentioned, but these are the data that are accumulated at the CDM. So the data you can see on the right column, through medical institutions in the process of health checkup or the questionnaires by the doctors, these data are accumulated. On the left one is data accumulated by the review board right after we see the doctor as an outpatient. The HIRA, Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service, gather the data, and also all the data that can be reimbursed. Those are collected, and if it's not medically covered, those data will not be accumulated. So not every single data will be delivered, but only partial data is delivered. And very specific and detailed data is not delivered, but the purpose of delivering data is to reimburse the medical bills. That's all. So only the partial information, very simple data are delivered. On the lower, you can see that the National Health Insurance Service also accumulated data, and HIRA has the data to review and assess the hospital because they have to pay out the insurance, but all the data will go to the HIRA. And for the medical health checkup, once in 2 years or once a year, we undergo medical check. And this data goes to the NHIS, National Health Insurance Service, not the HIRA. So the medical related data all goes to NHIS. So HIRA and NHIS have a huge amount of data, and they provide this data as a cohort. So you can see here for the past 10 or 14 years, more than 1 million cohort has been accumulated, and they have created cohort and they provide service so that people can also get this service. Also, in order for the hospitals to analyze the patients, they do the modeling based on the EMR or EHR. Here, CDM model is here. And this is how we try to use the EMR data. The medical information residing at the hospitals are very, very detailed, and all the details data are there. But it doesn't cover a big picture because the patient does not go only one hospital, but goes to numerous different hospitals, which means that this medical data cannot be converged. That's why we have come up with the CDM. Common Data Model is what CDM stands for. To use the data that's equipped by each hospital, they must have the same structure so that the data can be converged. If they have a different format, integration will require a lot of expenses, and it's almost impossible to converge that. Secondly, this data, in order to be connected, only when we connect it, it is significant tool. If not, this data will be just unstructured data, just keep piling up. So far, there was no way for Korean people to use this data legally, but we have CDM. CDM is a meta-analysis, and the result of the analysis, from the meta level, we can analyze that. And this is how we proceed. Each hospital CDM is built, and you can definitely use this. Another one is that usually, as I mentioned, CDSS for the clinical trial, the medical doctors, in order to conduct the trials, they use the CDM constructed data, and CDS to provide a formal care, and PDSS is what I would like to use. It's a patient decision support center. So, for example, the data required for disease predictions algorithm development is a clinical data, and data is collected after obtaining IRB approval. And whether a person undergoes surgery or not can also be decided. From that perspective, from the wellness perspective, these analyzed data can be utilized. Now, personal health record, PHR. The definition has already been given, so I'll skip this. Now, PHR data is really hard to collect. Of course, the data that are collected by the hospital, it's accumulated for 10 years, 20 years, so we can use that. But PHR, personal health record, is now being provided digitally very recently, but it's not that activated yet, which means that accumulating the data consistently is difficult, and technology-wise, we need to converge all of these center around one individual. But it should be on top of the cloud platform, but we need technology to do that. So integration on top of the platform is a necessity. Now, there in the public sector, there's a My Health, so HERA and NHIS and also KDCA, they need to connect all of these data together and then provide this My Health Way data. So this is my data or My Health data. And here, depending on the features or characteristic of the data, the reason why I'm saying this is because many people would like to use this data, but they are confused. Because big data, well, it's pseudonyms, all the records are kept. So after consulting with the hospital, you can use the data. But PHR data, for example, through My Health Way, the HERA and NHIS data, when they provide their data, then can I use this data? Well, that's probably the way how you come to a conclusion. But frankly, that's not true. An individual can only allow the third party to use his or her own data after giving permission. Unless otherwise, no one can use these data. In our case, my company, we try to use EMR data, and then we have created algorithms, and I'd like to briefly introduce what we have developed. Here, you know that there are 15 top diseases in Korea, and based on the 15 years worth of the NHIS data, especially medical health checkup data, we use that to predict 15 top disease, especially the occurrence level and the possibility. As you can see, the accuracy is above 75 to 80%. And of course, we could have done for other diseases as well, but anyway, excluding those uncertain data, the accuracy is more than 75%. And depending on the accuracy, we are not using this for the CDSSS, but only for the purpose of the well-being or providing analysis report, or also the insurance salesperson. They use this for the online business purpose. Now there is another business that we are taking part in, St. Mary's Hospitals, and we together with the other hospitals, we are trying to come up with AI-based precision medical solution. The project is called Dr. Answer, and we are undergoing approval process. One of the features is that all the data kept by different hospitals before they undergo MRI or other things, we can predict the disease and we can come up with the treatment plan. Another one is predicting the blood pressures or the complication that can come up with that. And also there is a mark in your skin, but is this a tissues that can cause cancer or not? We can even develop the software to diagnose that. Or if you are suffering from the hair loss, and if we transplant the hair, which area should be transplanted? And it's an image based, and then the information can be given by the AI way. About 5 years ago, together with the Korean medicine, we are conducting R&D. And the PHR concept was very unfamiliar, it's unknown. And also there are Korean medicine, PHR. Of course, this application were not widely used at the time. The purpose is to collect the data, how we can collect it, how we can also serve them. That's our main interest. As you can see on the right, those simple assessment, like also how we can standardize all of this data. That's how we carried out. And later on, we found out the cases of the Korean PHR platform and health management service can also be implemented. We've done a lot of R&D. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we will eventually be using data, but how can we collect the data? And in order to use this, and what kind of procedures should we undergo? That's what's my main gist. In relation to that, the users need to use this data, and AI, medical devices, and digital equipment or devices, all of these are now being prepared by the KFDA, and the company is also preparing for that. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your in-depth presentation. Thank you once again, Director Kim Dong-bop, for your thorough presentation. So we heard the 4 presenters' presentation. Thank you so much for your insight. So the first speaker was Kim Young-soo, CTO for Integral MediLab, and under the title of the Korean Precision Medicine Using AI Posture Analysis Technology, he focused on the qualitative data, not just quantitative data, which was a very meaningful message. And the second speaker of the second session was Professor Kim Sang-yeop of Kachun University College of Korean Medicine, who talked about the advancement of the Korean medicine clinical trials based on the big data and AI, and supervised and unsupervised learning, how we can advance the Korean medicine clinical trials. Third speaker was Professor Lee Soo-won of Semyung University, who talks about using AI and big data technology for the precision medicine. And as a last speaker of the second session, we have heard the last speaker, but also Semyung University professor gave an example of Google's impressive case. The last speaker was a director Kim Dong-bop of Life Symantec, who talked about the introductions of the precision medical big data establishment, case studies, and PHR services of the Korean medicine. LifeLock-based digital service was introduced, and sector by sector how they are being used, and this multi-level data, how we can use that, and he has given us very specific information. So the time allocated to each speaker were quite short, so they couldn't elaborate their presentation, which was regrettable. But we'll now open the panel discussion so that the things that were not discussed can now be discussed. Let's begin the second panel discussion.
병원의 이진
Dr. Jin-ho Lee of Chaseng Hospital of Korean Medicine is going to serve as the chairperson of our panel discussion. We're going to invite back our speakers for panel discussion. So please be seated here on stage.
네, 이 시간에도 많은 분
What we do, this is going to be an excellent opportunity to listen to deep insights from our prominent speakers. Good afternoon. I'm Lee Jin-ho, the president of Chaseng Hospital of Korean Medicine. I'm not a data expert. I am a clinical practitioner, and it's been an excellent opportunity for me to be able to get a lot of insights. And Korean medicine has to look at variables, number of variables, and has to consider the context of society as well as the relations between mind and body. And I, as I was listening to the presentations, I thought, we could come up with an excellent model for the future of Korean medicine. So we have questions that we have received from the viewers, and we do also have questions from the floor. I have combined all those questions, and so I'm going to ask our 4 questions to our 4 speakers, and then I'm going to ask Professor Shin to make comments, and if time allows, I'm going to directly get questions from the floor. And this is a question for CTO Kim Young-soo. You are a Korean medicine practitioner. So compared to the Western medicine, so the Korean medicine, precision medicine, what sort of strength or weakness does it have compared to the Western medicine? And can you also talk to us about a role that a Korean medicine practitioner can play? And Professor Kim Chang-up also talked about the limitations, and he talked about the explicit and implicit knowledge to overcome the limitations. So through such efforts, what is the most viable industrialization or commercialization model? So if you could suggest such a model. And I think it could be quite useful to patients as well as clinicians. And Professor Lee Soo-an, you are a mathematician and you are a data scientist as well. We have Korean medicine practitioners here with us. So AI-based precision medicine, when a Korean medicine doctor participates here, what can Korean medicine practitioner play in here in this part? And Mr. Kim Dong-bom, there are a lot of questions. You talked about digital therapeutics.
Respiratory treatment device, there were a lot of questions about that. So digital therapy, what is the positioning of that? Is it just an application, or is it really, will these also be approved officially as a digital therapy? And is there an official channel to get an approval? Any company that are undergoing the process? What is the future of the digital therapy? If there are any actual cases domestically or in foreign country, can you also talk about that? So let's go to the first speaker. Can you answer that?
네, 질문 감사합니다.
Thank you for the question. Well, Korean medicine has many strengths in terms of personalization. Patients go to Korean medical hospital because they want to have Korean medicine that is tailored to them, prescribed. And they go to the Korean medicine hospital to have chiropractics or treatments that are tailored to them. And that's because patients have different conditions, and also practitioners have also different levels of capabilities, and that is why we need a standardization. And in terms of herbs, we could use a standardized ingredients, and for chiropractic, we could use some sort of help of machines. But to be able to do that, we need to have data. And when when industry creates such a data, the industry should be able to generate a profit, and also the research community should be able to benefit. That is, get a profit. And so that to do that, we need a cooperation. There's no one correct answer. Nobody can say that this is the data standard. There's no one accurate answer or the correct answer. So we have to have this mindset that we need to cooperate.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. What about Professor Kim Chang-yup? Well, the question, I talked about how to distinguish between implicit and explicit meaning, how we can identify clearly and compare that. I talked about that. And the question was whether is there any product that I can commercialize by comparing the implicit and explicit meaning. But I believe the reason why I'm talking about this is a fundamental perspective can be given by these two approach. Because I have measured the basic medicine, a lot of people are talking about Korean medicines and precision medicine, trying to gather information and data, thinking about the commercial value. But I believe the College of Korean Medicine needs to work on that as well. There are fundamental issues. If you look at the textbook of the Korean medicine, we also have a lot of issues with the Korean medicine textbook. Even though we get a lot of data, the fundamental basic issues cannot be resolved. And basically, we have to understand the current situation. Quantitative and qualitative situation analysis must be done first, and based on the result of that, which I am very interested in. And the topic that I cover is only a tip of the iceberg. There are more issues that we need to cover. But truly, realistically speaking, if the Korean medicine would like to really come up with a new transition, we need to come up with a more honest point of view. So like saying no to something that is impossible, saying yes to something that is possible. So I don't think I can answer whether it's explicit or implicit approach can be commercialized or not, but I just want you to share this information. Well, that's what everyone agreed with you. In case of the constitutional medicine, you mentioned that only 70% accuracy rate exists. And going beyond the EBM, we are going toward the precision medicine, but EBM must be completed, and then we can go to the precision medicine. But Korean medicine, how much can we actually achieve within the EBM? When that is decided, we can transition into the precision medicine, and that's the process that we need to take. And that was very touching, and that is why I asked these questions. And I believe that people joining us today, the Korean medicine needs to consolidate the foundations of the evidence-based medicine approach first. And also the academy and industry collaboration must exist. I mean, Korean medicine needs to boost the development of the industry, especially the medical devices. If the hospital clinics enjoy the prosperity while the medical devices or the industry suffered, it doesn't make sense. So that was just my hope.
그 이수환 교수님.
Professor Lee Soo-an, can you answer my question? I don't know if I understood your correction correctly or not. The Korean medicine physicians, and how can they participate in the development of big data and AI? I think that was the question. Where AI and big data technology are used in many different fields. And here what's important is data collection. Korean medicine doctors, they see patients every day and they make decisions every day. They make a diagnosis and they make decisions on how to treat the patient. And they not just leave records. In order to make decisions for patients, they need to have data accumulated, and they need to be able to make choose right decisions. And so when they have that sort of data, well, that data can be used for AIs to continue to study. And I think maybe the Korean medicine doctors can be the people that can make a determination related to data.
And Director Kim Dong-bop, well, regarding your question, the digital therapy, what are the procedure or the standard? And second, the future of the digital therapy. Those two were the questions given to me. Let me answer. Well, Dr. Kim Young-soo said that the medical devices in Korea, there is a strict standard, but health-related service, sometimes we have this concept that the medical device is helpful to improve our health. However, digital therapy is the concept of the medical devices. It started from 2018. Care therapeutic companies started with the Reset, which is an application, and they ask for the approval to the KFDA. And before that, we only regarded digital therapy as an application to help our healthcare. But nowadays, digital therapy is further improved and is now regarded as medical devices to help our healthcare. So in full-fledged manner, the concept has been improved. In Korea as well, the KFDA is talking about establishing a standard. So precisely, they call this as a digital therapy medical devices. If you Google that, all of the medical therapies are regarded also as the digital therapy, but one of the Korean company has even conducted an advertisement that they have launched a digital therapy, but it was penalized because of the false advertisement. So only when you get an approval from the KFDA, they are like starting from the cybersecurity, data protections, the effectiveness of the clinical trials, all of these must be submitted. Only then you can be regarded as a digital therapy. Now, for the future of the digital therapy, well, the existing therapy or existing traditional treatment cannot be replaced by the digital therapy, but it needs to go hand in hand or in parallel manner, so they can support each other. Or, as I mentioned, as a blind spot within the hospital, if you go as outpatients, sometimes there are areas that is not included within the hospital healthcare. As a supplementary, like rehabilitation way, in a very useful manner, it can be used. So that's my forecast. Thank you.
말씀 감사합니다. 다음으로
Thank you, Professor Shin Sun-mi. She's the panelist, and maybe you could make some comments.
Hello, I am Shin Seung-mi from the College of Korean Medicine, Semyung University. I'll be very brief. Well, as the moderator has already mentioned, I work at the medical field, and I didn't really understand about the current status, but I've been always pondering upon how we can connect the AI and data and Korean medicine. Is there any specific way to do that? But taking part in this session, I was able to learn a lot in a very specific way. So first, to CTO Kim Young-soo, you started mentioning dementia, but then you talk about many things. And the most important thing in the precision medicine, how we can standardize that, how we can also come up with a checklist. And thank you so much for giving us a detailed explanation. Personally, I believe that your company can further achieve development, and even digital therapy can also be launched. And frankly speaking, good ideas. Yes, we do have a lot of good ideas, but we only have the ideas, but not the methodology to do so. And I wanted to ask how to do that, but you said please contact me. So I guess a lot of local Korean medicines or clinicians, I'm sure that I hope there can be more detailed networking. Now, Professor Kim Chang-up, your presentation is always difficult to follow. And in a way, the things that you mention, when I do the research or when I write down the paper, sometimes the variable, I always have my own prejudice or concept. But upon listening to your presentation, I realized that the existing Korean medicine theory needs to be totally reversed and take a new perspective. So in light of that, I reflected myself and I decided that because you emphasized the point that data should speak for itself, that was a great point. Now, Professor Lee Soo-an, I really enjoyed your presentation. I didn't know much about deep learning, but I was able to learn a lot. And your case study was very, very interesting. Thank you. There are unique concepts that exist, like the constitutional medicines, etc. I believe this is also related with many things, and also the theory of the machine learning can also be applied. In China already, if you look at the diagnosis or the prescriptions, all the unstructured data can turn into more structured data so that it can be helpful to the Korean medicines and Oriental medicine doctors. And I guess sooner or later, probably we'll be able to see these services. Lastly, Director Kim Dong-bob talked about the introductions of the precision medical big data establishment and PHR services of the Korean medicine. Well, you talk about the real world data because PHR is extremely important private information, and I believe the PHR data can be used by the people. The government role should be establishing laws and regulations to enable individuals to use these data and also provide innovative service to the companies and agencies. About 10 years ago, I remember that Google started to provide similar service but then gave up. And the reason is because inputting data, there are some vulnerable classes like elderly people, and it was hard to input those data, and the data are not standardized. The biggest issue was the leakage of the privacy, and about 10 years have gone by ever since that. So standardizations and then the confidentiality or security-wise, all the systems are well equipped. We even have a blockchain system, so security is really highly guaranteed. And because of the COVID-19, now everything is done virtually. So the PHR, on a trial basis, we can definitely use this. But still, there's a danger of the privacy breachment. Well, because I was also worried about the security issues, but as long as the private information is well protected, then we can use that. But also there are vulnerable people, the accessibility. If we can improve that, then definitely we can also advance the PHR service. Lastly, We heard numerous cases, studies, and also definition. The concept that we had, the idea that we had, I sincerely hope that these concepts can meet with the state-of-art technology to be deployed. Then the service that we provide to the patients can also be further promoted. As a person who work as a Korean medicine doctor, I hope that the benefit can be enjoyed by Korean nationals. Thank you for your presentation.
네, 멋진 말씀 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the comment. You summed up the presentations and the discussion quite well, and because you're in the field, you're in practice, I think you've been able to better understand how this can be applied. The technology or the big data can be applied to a medicine, or precision medicine. I wonder if there are questions from the floor. It seems there are not. With that, we would like to conclude the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you for the panel discussion. Dr. Lee Jino, thank you for wonderfully leading the discussion. And I also want to thank the panelists. So if you could go back to your seats. It seems that the sessions that we have prepared are full of insights that are needed by both practitioners as well as students. And we're now taking a break. I hope that you maintain physical distance and make sure that you have your facial masks on. Going to now begin session number 3, which is going to be the last session of today. And the theme of the session is the convergence of bio and Korean precision medicine. And our first speaker of the session has joined us via Zoom. And our speaker is Professor Ho-Jun Kim of Dongguk University. He's going to talk to us about precision medicine using gut microbiota and SMP in obesity management or treatment. Professor, please. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I am Professor Kim Ho-jun of the Rehabilitation Medicine of College of Korean Medicine at Dongguk University. I also do research, clinical research related to obesity treatment, especially a personalized obesity treatment. It's an honor for me to be able to share my research outputs with you here today. As the title suggests, in Korean medicine treatment, microbiota and SMP are used for more precise treatment. So let's look at how gut microbiota and SMP used for obesity treatment. You've heard about precision medicine and Korean medicine here today from early morning. So I understand you know about precision medicine and Korean medicine. In obesity, when a herbal medicine is used, there are different reactions from different patients. And Korean medicine is precision medicine, from the very beginning. But to making Korean medicine more science-based and more, more standardized, it took some time. And so now precision medicine is more studied more widely in the Western medicine. There was Obama initiative, which brought the Western medicine to be more focused on precision medicine, and also the omics, such as big data, mobile devices, and cloud, and the eating habits and the living habits are being combined together to create more integrated data, which can be helped to provide prescriptions. So that is what precision medicine is about. So what is precision medicine, Korean medicine? And this well, we have a pattern identification and constitutional theory, and they are the sources of precision medicine, Korean medicine, but they are subjective, so have not been systematized. And the pattern identification theory need to be reinterpreted scientifically and be able to be applied in clinics. And to do that, we need a platform. And to build such a platform, we need omics tools. And we also need the data from 4 different methods of diagnosis in Korean medicine. And pattern identification be accepted as a treatment by the physicians, Korean medicine physicians, and can be covered by the medical insurance. We have applied precision medicine in obesity treatment. We came up with these hypotheses. And first is that in metabolic disease, herbal medicine can have different feedbacks or the different reactions depending on gut microbiota, genotypes, and immunofunctions. And that, however, those differences in terms of reactions can be interpreted, can be forecasted and interpreted. And second hypothesis is that with a pattern identification, it's possible to forecast the pharmaceutical reaction, and using microbiota and the genomics, it would be possible to interpret these pattern identification. So will a precision medicine be possible in these disease? So depending on the microbiota, the capabilities of the host could be different. The types of gut microbiota, we have been able to identify them, and we have been able to come up with different pharmaceuticals or the medicines to be provided depending on the types of microbiota. And this was a study that's done by an Israeli team. They have looked at these sort of different information to be able to provide more personalized nutrition. So they came up with this formula for the personalized nutrition based on these sort of information that you see here on slide. And they are forecasting the glyco reactions within blood. So they would put in the blood glucose device, and then with that they would, and then food would be prescribed. Depending on the food intake, the blood glucoses would be measured with these devices that look at the gut microbiota and others. And so in this study, it was shown that such a formula and the food prescribed according to the formula proved that to whom such a formula was able to get more stability in terms of blood glycosis. And so a gut microbiota was used to, forecast the reactions to pharmaceuticals or to the medicines, and also help to classify different the conditions and the diseases. And so gut microbiota, according to this study, can help to predict different reactions to different medicines. And then there was this study that was conducted to see the pharmaceutical effect of depending on SNPs. So cytosine, adenine. So if there's one change, then the coded protein would be different and with a different protein, and then there will be amino acid would be different, and then the enzymes would be different. So this would have that metabolic effect. And so depending on the diversity of SMP, there will be a different pharmaceutical reactions. And in the West, I understand, in cancer treatment, depending on SMP, they have different pharmaceuticals, so the medicines used. And maybe this same idea can be applied to Korean medicine. And that was the basis of our study. So in a chip, so we would have the SMP, and so using these are chips here. So using these chips, depending on SMPs, what sort of reactions can we expect? So that was the kind of studies was done. Obesity, there are 6 different types of symptoms. And the KIOM and the Korean Obesity Society have been developing these patterns. And when people answer questions related to obesity, they would get the scores, and the highest score would be the condition or the pattern that the patient has in terms of the obesity. And there are food retention and the blood clotting, yang qi deficiency, spleen deficiency, liver qi depression, and phlegm fluid retention. Some say that we may have to combine all 6, but up until now, these 6 are used officially. And so in terms of food retention, people would like something that's cold, and their feces would be hard, and their upper there would be of a condition in the upper abdominals. And then if there's a deficiency, people would be obese in the lower extremities, and they would have back pains, and their energy metabolism would be low. So they would have deficiencies even though they show these sort of symptoms. When people are a lot of stress, and then they would have what we explain when they would have said to have liver qi depression. And so we have looked at different medicinal reactions depending on these different symptoms. And so we have used these obesity pattern identifications for some time, and those 6 symptoms or the patterns that I've mentioned, they do overlap. And depending on the pattern and depending on the frequencies, we would have to differentiate the diagnosis. And so we have used both Shan and the GMP 3, ADR3, and UCP2. So depending on different SAPs, the reactions were quite different. In case of UCP2 gene polymorphism, brought about different reactions. There was a DD type, DI type, and I type, and so depending on these genotypes, the reactions was different. And also we differentiated according to the pattern identification. As you know, Shahan is said to be more effective for when there was a key deficiency, and it seems that we thought it could be more useful for the deficiency, but actually this was more effective in case of food retention, and also the side effects were quite different. And in case of both Sushosan, for people with the deficiency, there were higher cases or incidents of adverse events, but in the control group, there was not much difference. And in case of 단기 황기탄, so in case when there was a deficiency, in case of a deficiency group, there were more side effects. And we have also conducting a study with the probiotics. Depending on the types of gut microbiota, it seems that their effects are quite different. And the probiotics that we have developed have been put into the patient, and compared to the control group and the study group, well, that was not much difference. The patients were randomized, 1-to-1 to a study group and the control group, and compared to the placebo group, there was not much difference in the study group. And in the study group, depending on the gut microbiota, the patients were divided into type 1 and type 2. And the reactions were quite different depending on the probiotics type. And the total fat area and the visceral fat area decreased in probiotics ENT1, but the reaction was quite small in probiotics enter group 2. And this is not really metabolic disease. But when people have insomnia, well, we wanted to see the effects of 천완 보심단 or 티안왕 부신 and pellets. And here, depending on the tongue diagnosis type and the oral microbiota, there were different effects. So here we used oral type instead of enterotype. And we actually have published a paper related to this. And there are two different types of oral type. So there's oral type 1 and oral type 2. And the microbiota are completely different here. And PS, PI, are the biomarkers that can be used here. And it seems that in oral type 2, there was improvement in terms of insomnia, but there were much better improvement in oral type 1. And in terms of total sleep time, and so in the HART-EN deficiency and non-HART-EN deficiency, it seems that in HART-EN deficiency group, there were more effectiveness. And in the HART-EN deficiency group, they were able to get the medication that they need in order to help with the insomnia. And so in the HART-EN deficiency, 천안보신단 was more effective. And also in the kidney-EN deficiency group, they actually had improvement in terms of quality of sleep with this new medicine. And in terms of pattern identification, with the 천안 보신단, the group they saw sleep improvement, where they had this more whiteness on tongues. And so the symptoms improved, and however there were more whiteness of tongue. And this we have checked this, and there was actually a significant increase of whiteness of tongue. And between a HART-EN deficiency and non-HART deficiency group, in terms of the microbiota, and the non-HART-EN deficiency group, you see these sort of element or the materials increased. So it is quite important that we need to be able to distinguish a key HART-EN deficiency and non-HART-EN deficiency. And so for us to do tailored or personalized obesity treatment in Korean medicine, then we have to be able to integrate diverse biomarkers such as metabolic biomarkers and so we could also use phenotypes, genetic types, the gut microbiota, and the types of obesity, and the functional test result, constitutional aspects, as well as the daily habits, so to be able to provide more tailored and personalized prescription. And that's ultimately what we are going to try to do with the Korean medicine. And AI and telemedicine is going to be used widely for obesity treatment. In the paper that I mentioned, there was real-time measurement of blood sugar. Now it's being done in an invasive manner, but in the future it's going to be more non-invasive and more easily to be portable. And so maybe wearable devices could be used in order to measure the blood sugar. And so these mobile devices and big data could be utilized to provide more personalized exercise programs, as well as diet programs. And also maybe suggestions can be made for health supplements, and also for like herbal teas. And so I believe that such a platform that allows for this will become more widely available in the near future. And so in obesity treatment, to be able to provide more precise medicine, well, it is possible to provide personalized treatment for obesity or metabolic disease, and we could use a biomedical biomarkers such as SMP and gut microbiota, and in the pattern identification could be critical for precision medicine in Korean medicine, and we could use traditional diagnosis tools in Korean medicine. Then we would be able to widen the scope of Korean precision medicine. Thank you for your attention. That was Professor Kim Ho-jun of Dongguk University. Thank you, Professor, for that presentation. He talked to us how gut microbiota and SMP can be used to provide more precise treatment in Korean medicine. Let's invite next speaker.
비노드 스타라멘.
Next speaker is healthcare industry lead Vinod Sitaraman. The title is
Outcomes라는 주제로 발표를 진행해 주시겠습니다. 네, 영상을 통해
Please watch the video.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Vinod Sitaraman. I'm currently serving as the healthcare industry lead for Microsoft Asia Pacific, and I'm based out of Singapore. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As friends and colleagues, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the brave and dedicated work you are all doing to combat and manage COVID. As the pandemic ravaged the world and caused one of the worst humanitarian disasters that took more than 4.5 million lives, many countries faced this challenge much before the rest of the world endured it. South Korea is one such nation. South Korea has in many ways been a role model to other nations in the world because of policy innovation, operational agility, and determination the nation has shown, which has been critical to substantially reduce the human toll of the pandemic. The nation has shown exceptional leadership in embracing technology to achieve key pandemic response initiatives such as track and trace, isolate, etc. The pandemic has exposed decades-old weaknesses in our health systems, which have largely been geared towards cure versus prevention. Unfortunately, our health systems are not built to provide us with the actionable intelligence, so we may intervene early and manage diseases proactively. The topic of my discussion today is about how, as an industry, there is a tremendous opportunity to drive situational awareness that will have a direct impact on our ability to react faster and more decisively. Interoperability is a critical pillar of situational awareness. World over, there are many initiatives underway to ensure that healthcare systems can work seamlessly together. Microsoft Korea has been working closely with the local partners to develop new health information systems for the Korean Oriental medicine industry, utilizing Microsoft's Cloud, Azure, and Fire to meet global standards. With this, we're hoping to see further expansion in the utilization of Fire within the Korean Oriental medicine, not just domestically, but globally. World over, the healthcare industry recovers. There is an increasing intention to do things differently. we are looking to gain a holistic view of the patient so that the providers are able to make better informed decisions. We are looking to increase the number of patients served with high quality interactions, even though there are massive healthcare worker shortages. That will happen by 2030. It's predicted that there will be 114 million workers worldwide that there'll be a shortage of. Health systems are exploring ways to use data to be able to predict and forecast outcomes for better patient care and planning. Providers are also looking for best ways to prioritize resources such that in emergencies, essential resources are diverted to the most vulnerable populations. We're also looking to leverage platforms that can securely scale with you. Today, an average person generates 1 gigabyte of healthcare data per day. And that compounded with increasing patient expectations. Today, 97% of the patients now expect any health institution to have full access to their medical history. So it's very clear that healthcare as an industry is in a transition, and we have already been burdened with long-standing trends like aging populations and provider burnout and patient dissatisfaction. And COVID has just made some of the nice-to-haves into must-haves. For example, virtual health. In 2020, consumer surveys showed that the number of people who use telehealth services doubled from 39.4% before the pandemic to 79.5% post-quarantine. 73% of the patients would like to continue utilizing telehealth services to conduct chronic health appointments, medical management, care coordination, preventive care, etc. Interoperability is really about improving patient engagement that requires integrated and seamless data exchange to ensure providers can access key patient insights. Unfortunately, 90% of the data healthcare providers have available to them today is currently in unstructured and largely inaccessible form for data-driven decisions. Health insights, surprisingly, the large volumes of unstructured data, providers must spend an exorbitant amount of time trying to glean any insights from their data. Up to 70% of the time providers are spending in analyzing the data is wasted on ingestion, unification, etc. And not to mention the mounting security threats that the healthcare industry is facing, and the cost of the breach is increasing year over year. So what is it about health data that makes it so difficult to manage? Today we'll focus on how the industry is looking to tackle interoperability challenges to release data insights. Modern healthcare organizations have data coming from many sources. Patients input their personal information when contacting primary care, and primary care providers then increase the amount of information with clinical data about the patient. Healthcare providers also compare their patient data against the population health data to understand broader trends that are affecting patients. And while healthcare organizations' primary goal is to serve patients and deliver the best care outcomes possible, they also have to manage operational data to maintain their facilities and ensure efficient delivery of care. Ingesting and managing so many different forms of data requires a plethora of systems, different systems. While EMRs and EHR may house structured data, there are unstructured sources of data as well: social determinants of health, imaging data, omics, voice data, financial data, etc. So today's health systems really operate in silos. So on the left side, you see all of the data sources that are typically feeding into our health system today. And as the mobile revolution took over the world, many health systems and individuals are starting to invest in systems of engagement, which are the main tools for interacting with patient data. But the functionality was really limited since the underlying data was not very clean, not standardized. All of these systems on the left, they define data differently. It is very difficult to make meaning out of that. Hence the advent of systems of insights, which are mainly tasked with ingesting and standardizing vast amounts of data sets constructing a longitudinal view of the patient, which puts all of the patient data in context. So now we are able to explore, query data for clinical and operational insights. We can now identify cohorts of patients more susceptible to certain conditions, which we can actively manage. And health innovation is happening in a very hectic pace. Every day there are many developments in artificial intelligence, machine learning, diagnostics, clinical decision support, medical devices. Last year, Asia Pac alone accounted for $6 billion in venture capital support for startups. But most of the industry requires a common data model to be able to integrate into existing systems. And this gives rise to a whole range of possibilities like integrating advanced clinical decision supports into clinical practice, understanding variation of care, hospital performance benchmarking, etc. And most of the industry has landed on FHIR as a foundation, which we will see in a minute, to facilitate this data interoperability. And not to mention, all of this data throws is very computationally intensive. And these workloads are best served through cloud, where you can scale your systems to a more compliant and secure manner. It's great news for us that fast healthcare interoperability resources, or FHIR, has become a standard that the whole world, the whole healthcare ecosystem is converging on. It is a standard that describes data formats and elements known as resources, and an application programming interface for exchanging electronic health records. The standard was created by HL7, the Organization for Healthcare Standards. One of its goals was to facilitate interoperation between legacy, old healthcare systems to make it easy to provide healthcare information to healthcare providers and individuals on a wide variety of devices, from computers to tablets to cell phones, to allow third-party application developers to provide medical applications which can be easily integrated into existing systems. FHIR builds on previous data format standards, so it's not entirely new. So it's an evolution of HL7. But it's easier to implement because it uses modern web-based, suite of API technology, RESTful protocol, etc. FHIR provides an alternative to the document-centric approach that directly exposes discrete data elements. So for example, basic elements of healthcare like patients, admissions, diagnostic reports, medications, which you see on the right, can be retrieved and manipulated via their own resource links. Because FHIR is implemented on top of HL7, messages can be parsed through data analytics platforms in real time for data gathering. In concept, healthcare organizations would be able to gather real-time data and from specific segments in FHIR messages. And as those messages pass over the network, the data can be streamed to data stores where it can be correlated with other informatics data. Potential use cases could be epidemic tracking, prescription drug fraud, adverse drug interaction warnings, emergency room wait times, call it maybe. It's a great way to bring asymmetrical data together. It provides a way to standardize semantics and data exchange into a common definition. It provides a secure pipeline for protected health information, and it helps create consistency across the whole health ecosystem. Typically, organizations start their digital transformation journey in phases, so they're able to closely monitor outcomes, learn of their journey, and apply their learnings for future transformations. Combining FHIR on cloud really enables organizations to scale at the pace which is right for them, manage their costs, ensure high performance, ensure security, privacy are adequately taken care of. So let's see, for example, how some customers have been able to leverage. So here's a customer, Northwell Health, based in the US, 10,000 plus employees. The challenge was really addressing patient and family concerns through secure and effective communications in a timely manner. The customer, Northwell Health, deployed Nora, a health bot that sits on top of Microsoft Teams, enables clinicians to find patient information, test results, and address patient needs from a convenience of a smartphone. The bot also sends alerts to doctors and patients when test results are ready, avoids delays in care, results in better overall patient care experience. So here we basically enable critical functionality such as read receipts, priority messages, mobile access. It's all secure, managed by enterprise grade security. It's streamlined processes between pharmacy, frontline clinicians, etc. Another case study which where Rancho Los Amigos was looking for an innovative alternative to traditional boot for cast prescribed for diabetes-related injuries. So here, partnering with Sensore Health, they developed a cloud solution using continuous patient monitoring template within Azure to quickly connect the boot to a valuable sensor in the cloud and take advantage of the interoperability that exists. So the benefits of such real-time management of diabetic foot would have been unimaginable for you a few years ago. This is high-resolution clinical actionable data that gives us clinicians significant more disease management options. It enabled foot stabilization, mechanical offloading, and constant data to patients, their doctors, and others within their circle of care, leveraging real-time insights to personalize care and increase the chances that diabetic ulcers heal, fully. This is an example of how IoT technology today can help in disease management. So over the many years, Microsoft has been closely working with healthcare industry stakeholders to develop a robust technology platform with the objective of making digital transformation easier, secure, and effective. There are 9 capabilities that are enabled through our 3 provider-centric customer scenarios, enhancing patient engagement, empowering health team collaboration, and improving clinical and operational insights. All of this were built with the desired outcome of delivering better patient experience, delivering better insights, and driving positive change. Now, if you look at improving patient clinical and operational insights, it's about connecting data across systems, creating insights to predict risk and help improve patient care, quality assurance, and operational efficiencies. Data interoperability is at the core of this, simplifying data governance, compliance by unifying data on a single platform, providing operational analytics and clinical analytics to transform healthcare outcomes. The next piece is engaging patients to enable enriched data to flow through securely from every point of care continuously towards improving patient experiences. Here we're able to increase patient engagement by encouraging more active participation through personalized experiences, delivering patient insights for better care outcomes, and establishing a 360 view of the patient. Virtual health is about telehealth, expanding care access, and offering and enabling secure, compliant virtual consultations with video, chat, voice, etc. Empowering healthcare teams collaboration is really about enabling secure collaboration and messaging across organizations, from housekeeping all the way to billing from a single highly configurable platform. Care coordination is about enabling effective care management, scheduling, resource optimization by empowering care team members within the right operational tools. Continuous patient monitoring is really optimizing patient treatments from anywhere by unlocking the power of IoT and analytics to monitor health. FHIR is foundational element of Microsoft solution stack. We have a range of tools that we are able to standardize data, to securely manage and protect data, and to accelerate outcomes, and with machine learning, data analytics, at AI workloads. We have tools like IoT connector, which allows secure ingestion of protected health information. We've got anonymization tool that is able to anonymize FHIR data and make it available for research. There's also file converter that helps conversion of old messages into the new file formats, etc. And innovations happening everywhere now, from clinical centers of excellence such as yourselves to startups, and to having and there's a robust partner ecosystem which is very central to Microsoft. We have hundreds and thousands of partners who are onboarded on Azure. Many of them have game-changing solutions in digital health transformation, medical devices, automation, AI, clinical decision support, etc., that can be directly leveraged from the Microsoft Cloud Platform. Last but not least, it's all about trust, which is critical. We've invested heavily in partnering with the industry, government, regional, and global entities to ensure compliance and coverage. Azure has the deepest and the most comprehensive compliance coverage in the industry. With the help of, we drive policy, work with regulators at your request, and to help with certification. So that's, it's from a compliance standpoint, it's an end-to-end view here. In closing, I'd like to say that we are very excited to partner with you. We are committed to helping the healthcare industry transform through technology. Please feel free to reach out to me or my colleagues. On these links below, you will find more information on our experience in helping some of the largest healthcare organizations in the world with their transformation journey. Thank you for your time. Wish you an excellent conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give a warm round of applause to Healthcare Industry Lead Vinod Sitarama of Microsoft APAC. Was very in-depth insight and also data-based cloud, how it can contribute to enhance healthcare outcome.
어느덧 오늘 세 번째 발
We are now going to listen to the third presenter of session number 3. Mr. Choi Eun-gi, Director General of the Bioindustry of Chungbuk Province, is going to be giving us the presentation. He is going to talk to us about the precision medicine development direction for Chungbuk. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director General Choi. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Choi Eun-gi, Director General of the Bioindustry of Chungbuk Province. In this time of Fourth Industrial Revolution, Korean medicine is seeking ways to become truly precision medicine. And this is a forum that is dealing with this very important theme, and it's an honor for me to be able to make the presentation here. And the second, the 22 Chungbuk Korean Medicine Precision Medicine International Forum, it's truly a pleasure and honor to be with you here today, and I'm going to talk to you about the precision medicine development direction for Chungbuk. I'm going to first talk about the bioindustry status in our province, and then I'm going to talk about basic plan that we have for the development of bioindustry, and then I'm going to talk about development direction for the precision medicine here in Chungbuk province. And this is the industry status of the Chungbuk province. There's a bio cluster, the largest one here in Korea. It's called Osong, and the site is about 1,680,000 square meters, and the budget is about 9.7 trillion won. And here you see life science complex. So there is, Osong. Number 1, life science complex. Number 2, science complex. And there are large number of private institutions as well as state-owned research centers that are located here. And Osong, I believe, will become a global biocluster in the near future. And we are also building bio valleys in Chungbuk province. There is Chungju, and the size is going to be about 27,220. It's going to be around 68 680,000 평. And then there's the Okcheon Medical Device Valley, and then there's also Organic Bio Valley. And we are also developing Jecheon as a natural material or the natural substance cluster. And the Chuncheongbuk province as well as the city of Jecheon and the private sector are working together here. And there will be 3 complexes, industrial complexes. And the third complex is going to be built beginning from this year. And there's going to be a one-stop industrial cluster where raw material production and product development and commercialization can be done all in one place. And we have completed a building of the infrastructure, and we are in the process of building 2 additional infrastructure. And so we are going to complete this Jecheon industrial complex in the near future. And thanks to Chuncheongbuk province, we have been able to become a bio leader here in Korea. Well, since Osang Life Science complex was built here in Korea in 1997 for the first time in Korea, and Osang International Bio Expo was held for the first time here in Korea in 2002, and then in 2009 Osang Medical Device or the medical complex was assigned, and then in 2009 our president declared national vision for the biohealth, and which means that Chuncheongbuk-do is going to be the center of biohealth here in Korea. And Chuncheongbuk-do's bio is the history of Korean bio or the biomedicine. And these are the industrial indicators when it comes to bio industry here in Chuncheongbuk-do. And pharmaceutical, as you can see here, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and cosmetics and natural materials. Chuncheongbuk-do is one of the top 3 localities here in Korea. And we are going to become a global bio cluster by 2030. We are going to be building several clusters such as hub Osang Biomix cluster, as well as we're going to have develop people. So these are the tasks that we have.
Let's go to the first strategy, which is about establishment of a global herb Osang Biomix cluster. Using existing network, we will be integrating with the big data by 2030, more than 500, and pipelines will be built. To do that, currently, in Osang area, we have life science complex creations, and also we'll be building KB cluster and also expansions of the support facilities, special regulation free zones, and high-tech regenerative medical hub will be built. Second, it's about industry development basic plans for fostering local demand-based experts. By 2027, more than 20,000 people will be in shortage. So in Chungbuk area, based on the needed talents, we'll establish Osang Bio Campus so that 50,000 people can be developed by 2030. To do that, KAIST Graduate School and also other projects are being carried out. In the future, we will also establish Biomedical Science Technology Institute. Third, fostering a global company through the creations of innovative startup ecosystem. Mentoring and also investment, management, approval from A to Z, everything for the startup company so that a company can develop into a global company. And for that, we will build a bio one-stop service will be provided, and also Chungbuk Bio Venture Capital will be operated. Fourth, this is about building the business platform for the bio-promising industry. And also we will provide support so that leading or candidate materials can be reviewed, and also the system will be provided. For that, vaccine special facility, like also the research center BSL3 will be built in the future pet bio industry, and also by white bio and bio nesting project will be pursued. We will select the candidate area. Last strategy is about securing the global level of R&D competency. about 11 universities and 466 companies created innovative startup network, and more than 19 R&D support facilities, 12 business support facilities, and 9 clinical approval support system has been built. And for the future promising area, R&D is now being pursued. And for the One Health build, Zoom, R&D test pilot foundation will be built. We'll do our utmost effort. Next, I'd like to share with you the Chungbuk Precision Medical Development Strategy. Quantitative and qualitative high level of the data will be built in Chungbuk area. Not only accumulating the data, but a customized data will be accumulated, and together with the biodata, a new value will be created. And May 2021, we have already registered for the patent, and starting from this spring, we'll operate in full-fledged manner. And we will also develop AI. In the bio-industry, big database, customized cosmetic, a public platform will be built, and also 4 additional policies will be built. And we will also build a AI-based global special platform will be built. Currently, including Korean medicine, more natural materials industry is being built. Nagoya Protocol took effect, and diverse areas are now being utilized. The global market is expanded, and Chungbuk area will expand the existing Korean medicine into a natural material industry based on the standardized and evidence-based industries. We will try to diversify the business areas where the natural materials will be integrated with the bio, so that this area can be globalized and develop into a global mecca. To realize that, as one of the sector, biohealthcare future trend will be the mixture and convergence of the precision medicines and Korean medicine. In case of the precision medicine, it is getting a lot of attention as a customized therapy and big data and AI convergence, while Korean medicine is emerging as the one of the most alternative medicines. Chungbuk area is providing the foundations for the space, and also we have secured high quality data. We also have the top Korean Medical College of Medical Science, such as Semyung and Korean National University of Transportation, and also there will be a stronger collaboration between industry and academia. I hope that today's forum can gather a lot of great feedbacks and recommendations to realize our goal. Northern Chungcheong province, we are trying to take a further leap into the future to establish a new bio-industry, especially to facilitate Korean medicine, precision medicine, and we will work hard with all of you. And please pay extra attention and support to Chungbuk area. Thank you everyone for joining us today. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
지금까지 충청북도
That was Director General Choi Eun-gi of Bioindustry of Chungcheongbuk-do Province. Thank you for that presentation. Chungcheongbuk-do has now become the center of bioindustry here in Korea. And the province is leading the collection of data that is more tailored to individuals. And Director General said that the province is going to continue to develop the bioindustry. And now we have listened to 3 excellent presentations in session 3. Now we're going to conduct a panel discussion. Professor Kim Ho-jun of Dongguk University had said that in the obesity management, SMP and the gut microbiota play important role, and he has talked about Korean medicine and treatment can be done for obesity management or treatment. Professor Kim Ho-jun is going to be joining us for the panel discussion. And Microsoft's Vinod Raman has also given us an excellent presentation. And lastly, Director General Choi Eun-gi has given us an excellent and interesting presentation. Now I think the stage set for panel discussion 3. Mr. Wei Jin of Acryl, the CEO of Acryl, will be leading the discussion. And so let's invite our panel discussant and the chair of the panel.
네, 우리 패널분들도 함께
So panelists, please join us on stage. Through a discussion, I believe that we'll be able to get more in-depth insights. So Mr. Park Wei-jin, can you begin? Good afternoon. It's been a long day. We have been attending 2022 Chungbuk Precision Medicine International Forum. And this is going to be the last part of today's forum. And everyone, I'm sure it's quite sad to see the forum end. And that is why we're going to be conducting the panel discussion for the next 2 hours. You know, I'm joking. I'm not going to make you stay here for that long. Well, this forum here has looked at the relations between Korean medicine and precision medicine, and also what that relation should be in the future. We have looked at different cases of precision medicine in Korean medicine, and we have also heard about the convergence of bio and Korean precision medicine. We have heard about policy directions of the local government. So it's been information-packed session for us all. And as with these excellent presentations, we were able to see so many questions come to us. So I'm going to be asking these questions on behalf of those that have asked questions, and we're also going to be conducting a discussion. Let me first introduce our panelists first. Rather than me introducing yourselves, wouldn't it be better for you to introduce yourselves? Maybe Semyung, you could go first.
Hello everyone, I am CEO Shin Hyung-kyung of Fine Healthcare. Let me briefly introduce my company. We research healthcare data. So utilizing numerous healthcare data, we develop AI model. And during the previous session, Professor Sung Hyung-kyung and in relations with the PHR in adolescent and children, we carry out R&D. Upon listening to the presentation, today's forum was extremely meaningful to all of us. Thank you.
첨언 드리자면 신영경 대표.
If I may add, Ms. Shin Hyung-kyung is a witness to healthcare industry here in Korea. She's been involved in this industry for the 3 decades. And the Pestan Hospital in Osong was able to become what it is thanks to Ms. Shin Hyung-kyung. She continues to work closely with Chungbuk province government. And to my left, we have Director General Choi Eun-gi, who just finished the presentation. Would you say hello?
Well, I just made a presentation. I am Director General Choi Eun-gi of the Bureau of Bioindustry of Chungbuk province. I am not a specialist. However, I'm in charge of establishing policy. And whenever I do that, I always seek advice from the specialist and bio-related industry, trying to understand what their needs are. And gathering their views and reflecting them is my main role. Well, I sincerely hope that Chungbuk Bio can represent Korea and also can work together with the global industries. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. In our session, our first speaker was Professor Kim Ho-jun of Dongguk University. Now, let me introduce the professor again, or let's ask him to introduce himself. As was introduced previously, I work at the Korean Medicine Hospital of Dongguk University located in Ilsan. I look at obesity patients as well as other metabolic conditions patients. And we've done research, and the research theme was to look at the roles of gut microbiota in obese patients. We would do clinical studies to find biomarkers in terms of gut microbiota. And so we wanted to see develop the relations between gut microbiota and the reactions or the pharmaceutical reactions. And thank you for inviting me here today, and I will try to answer any questions that you may have regarding my presentation.
네, 그리고 좀 전에
And virtually, we heard the presentation by healthcare industry lead Dr. Binod Sitaraman from Microsoft APAC, but unfortunately, he couldn't join us in the panel discussion. So we ask for your understanding. However, if you have any questions, I will deliver to him. And there were a couple of questions raised, but we will address that later on. So let's kick off our final panel discussions regarding the convergence of the bio and Korean medicine, precision medicine. First of all, let me ask a question to CEO Shin Hyung-kyung. At the Bestin Hospital, you work in the area of the convergence of the bio and Korean precision medicine, right? Can you share your experience, please? The topic today, well, this is the second Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum, and whenever they hear about precision medicine, they all think about the biomedicine or the Western medicine. But about 10 years ago, I believe that we have already talked about this, and we decided to gather the health data and gather the EMR so that the interoperability and standardization can be secured. We've been discussing about this for a long time. In the past, if it was an experience-based treatment, now is more on the evidence-based medical service. Of course, the biomedicine talked a lot about precision medicine, but not much in the Korean medicine. About 4 years ago, President Kim Il-sung of the College of Korean Medicine talked about the convergence of the Western and the Korean medicine, what kind of task we can do that. Somehow there were pros and cons. Some says that we do really great job with the biomedicine or Western medicine. Why should we involve in the Korean medicine? But what I can share with you is that in the Korean medicine, they talk about the benefits and advantages of the Korean medicines. In case of the biomedicine, they talk about the benefit of the Western medicine. But for us, the most important thing is the patient trend, that is the patient-centered medical service. When everything goes centered around patient, whether it's a biomedicine or Korean medicine, it doesn't matter. As long as the patients become healthier, live long life, and enjoy better systems, then now's the time to think about big picture, and patient-centered diagnosis and treatment should be the goal that we need to realize. And one of the most advanced university, Semyung University, to realize that goal. As I mentioned before, analyzing the children and adolescents, we are trying to understand all the trends together with Semyung University, not only the atopy or the children-related disease, we are trying to understand the growth plate, and I hope that our project can be carried out. And I'm sure that when the biomedical doctors and Korean medical doctors work together, we can produce better outcome.
That was quite interesting. You made a very interesting point. And so both the Western medicine and Korean medicine, they should all become patient-centered. And I think that's quite a meaningful comment. We do have a lot of questions for Professor Kim Ho-jun because he talked about using microbiome for Korean medicine. I think his presentation reflected the current interest in microbiome and Korean medicine. And this is one of the questions we received from our viewers. So gut microbiota or intestinal microbiome. To use them in clinics, there seem to be quite a bit of hurdles remain. That is to use gut microbiota in the clinical setting in Korean medicine. There still seem to be obstacles. So what do you think need to be done? I think we need to have a long-term view, when it comes to gut microbiota and Korean medicine. Well, gut microbiota, this is something that I'm studying academically. And about using it to, applying it to the clinical settings, I'm not so sure, how long it's going to take before it can be applicable in the clinical settings. Korean medicine practitioners are not able to prescribe functional testing as of now. And blood tests or the spinal fluids. These are invasive procedures. We're not allowed to do that. But the mineral testing of hair and other non-invasive testing are not accepted as medical practice when they are done by the Korean medicine doctors. So there's that issue. So those issues need to be overcome. And about the feces testing, there are some companies that are able to look at the feces to come up with gut microbiota, to do the analysis of these gut microbiota. And I think they receive like 300,000 to 400,000 per case. But they are not recognized as a medical practice for Korean medicine practitioners. And so I think we first need to prove that these practices or these tests fall within the scope of Korean medicine practice. DNA sequencing, which require very expensive equipment. That sort of equipment is needed to do microbiota analysis. But whether, when a particular microbiome exists or not, can be done quite easily in the office setting. They said that such a machine would be available in the near future to allow for Korean medicine practitioners to identify whether there is a certain microbiome right away. When that becomes available, I believe that it can be registered as a medical act, and then we will have more precision medicine or gut microbiota-related practice in Korean medicine. Well, there are regulatory issues that need to be resolved. And I think that's one of the things that Professor Kim Ho-jun has emphasized. Professor Kim Ho-jun, there are so many questions that have come your way, and I think this is one of the questions from the audience. So when they do precision medicine in Western medicine, they would look at microbiome, clinical information, as well as the genetic information. They would look at all this information from a functional medicine point. That's quite widely available. But pattern identification and of information on constitutions, if those information can be added, then there will be more rich information about patients. So it will be a more converged approach to precision medicine. And so the pattern identification and the constitution information. So when those two types of information are not provided, how would, so without that information, how would be the end information be different? That's a difficult question to answer. So precision medicine. So without Korean medicine tools and just to use biomedical tools, well, there will be limits to what Korean medicine doctors can do in terms of diagnosis. And Korean medicine doctors, in their everyday practice, would conduct these 4 types of diagnosis every day. And those diagnosis results can be interpreted using biomedical tools. And these 4 methods need to be accepted as part of precision medicine. And the metabolites or the biomes cannot easily be utilized by the Korean medicine and doctors. And so I believe pattern identification theory can be used on our way to a precision medicine. And so I think that pattern identification and the constitution methods should be included. And so if we have less regulatory obstacles, of course, the Korean medicine doctors will be able to do more in terms of precision medicine, but there are still obstacles. And first, we have to have a platform that the doctors can use in office first.
Well, we can use it in diverse way, but for that, infrastructure and regulation needs to be addressed. Well, as a side story,
so among the 6 pattern identifications that you showed, I think I have 3 of them. Those 3 patterns can be applied to me.
now, Director General Chungbuk, you talk about the strategy of Chungbuk. There are a couple of questions. Let me read that. First, Korean medicine bioindustry development. There are a lot of people who are interested in that area, and especially cultivating talented people for the Korean medicine. How are you going to do that in Chungbuk area? So the Northern Chungbuk province, Chungcheong province plan, what are those?
여기부터 한번
So why don't we talk about that first? Well, I cannot talk restricting the boundary to the Korean medicine alone. Of course, we are talking about the Korean medicine and precision medicine, but the Ministry of Education has a plan to cultivate, and more than 220 billion won is invested to 18 universities in Chungcheong area to cultivate talented people. And not only we will be focusing on the Korean medicine, but in various fields. The 3rd stage of cultivating talented people have just started. And through this project, we plan to develop more people. We will be working with the Chungbuk Bio Health Industry Innovation Center and also the Precision Medicine Medical Device Enterprises, and also the future Korean medical doctors and universities will be working together, so that when we cultivate talented people, you can either start up your own company or work as a medical doctor. Diverse trials or pilot programs can also be launched. And we will be focusing on how to reinforce the program itself.
감사합니다.
Yes, thank you. Well, I believe that I have modified the question a little bit. The original question was this. What sort of benefits can be enjoyed by those that do bio-related business in Chungcheong province, Chungcheongbuk province? So benefits. That's a difficult question to answer. you don't have to answer the question right away. And there are questions like this. In Chungbuk province, there are many different industrial complexes. And when companies want to locate to those industrial complexes, what sort of procedures should they go through, and what do they need to do? Within our province, there are about 466 bio companies, and for us to become a global bio cluster, we need to have at least 2,000 to 3,000 bio companies. And so by 2030, we want to have 1,600 bio companies located in our complexes. And we don't just want large companies. We don't just want medium companies or small companies. We want a diverse companies of diverse sizes, so that they can be built more effective cooperation model within the ecosystem, not just in Osong where I work, but also in Checheon. We provide a national budget here. There could be a technology. If you have a technology, we are able to provide you with the funding. That is the central government funding as well as the local government funding, so that such a company with just one technology can begin the research and development, from development of a candidate materials to the test product development till marketing. We can provide all support for those activities. So if you just come and ask, we'll provide you with the answers.
드립니다.
Well, the time really flies. And well, last question to all of you. And I guess by listening the answer by 3 speakers, that will be the end of the panel discussions. We are gathered here for the Korean Medicine Precision Medicine Forum, and the future directions of the Korean medicine and precision medicine. How can we further develop it? Can you give us advice how we can further develop Korean medicine and precision medicine? So we'll start with Professor Kim Ho-jun.
Today, well, would have been better if I joined you in venue, but I had to see patients in our hospital today and was not able to join you on venue. I think precision medicine is one of the strengths of Korean medicine. And for us to make better use of precision medicine, there are many studies that are being conducted. And there are Korean government agencies that are developing clinical guidelines for Korean traditional medicine. And also, it is very important for us to have the basis. That is, what I'm trying to say is this. When conducting clinical trials, when the subjects are randomized, well, the subjects were divided, allocated to control group and study group, and when it's done like that, the Korean medicine did not seem to be quite effective. But even if, but sometimes when we look at these results, more closely, that we do find there are effectiveness in terms of Korean medicine. So when designing a study, that we have to insert the Korean medicines, a precision medicine related aspect, to see the basis for using Korean medicine for precision medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Precision medicine philosophy. If we can apply that to the general Korean medicine, then definitely it could be critical. Thank you. So next, CEO Shin Hyung-kyung, any advice to further develop Korean medicine? Well, I guess today's forum is the second forum, and when we hear the word precision medicine, probably you might wonder how to define that. Especially Korean medicine and precision medicine could be totally two different things. However, let me define this way. Korean medicine, precision medicine starts from the moment when we study the data and then standardize the data. It's not that difficult. A small step could become a big step, and when we do that, Semyung University can become the leading university in Korean medicine. And those of you who are joining us today, why don't we take the first step? That's all. Thank you.
마지막으로 최용기
Lastly, Director General Choi Eun-gi. Yes. Since I work at the Bureau of Bioindustry of Chungbuk province, we have different departments in charge of the bioindustry, cosmetics, and natural substances. So when I think about Korean medicine and natural substances, you know that the biodiversity conventions, Nagoya Protocol, all of these are very, very important. And also the trend of the natural substances are ongoing. And using natural substances already, our ancestors have been engaged in the Korean medicines and customized medicine already. But now we need to come up with a more evidence-based medicine or scientific-based medicine. And in case of the city of Jecheon, COVID-19 has once again emphasized the importance of our immunity, and all kinds of products related with boosting our immunity have been emerged. And there are no boundaries between this product as well as the medicine. So using the natural substances and also under the name of the Korean medicine, we can further develop the new drugs. And among the natural substances, we can once again explore a new drug. Discover that, I mean, the cosmetic industries are now redefined as a functional cosmetics, and even they are discussing about the tissues, etc. So using the natural substances, I hope that we can further develop the Korean medicine.
부장님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Che. It's time for us to conclude the panel discussion. Professor Kim Ho-jun, in his beginning part of the presentation, said that Korean medicine is the first medicine or the field of medicine that began precision medicine. So precision and preventive sort of these medicines is what we are trying to achieve, and that is what Korean medicine has been trying to achieve. And so the future medicine that we are dreaming of can find its prototype in the Korean medicine. I want to express my support for the future development of Korean medicine as a precision medicine. And with that, we would like to conclude the panel discussion. Mr. Park, thank you so much for leading the discussion. And let's give a round of applause to our panelists. So if you would go back to your seats, then we are going to end today's forum. So this concludes today's forum. You have joined us from the very early morning. I want to thank everyone who have joined us online as well as in the field, and those that have taken active part in the forum. We're going to be selecting a few winners, and so make sure that you visit the YouTube channel to find out if you are the winners. And we provide a gift certificates to you. And our online event is going to last until midnight, so make sure that you do take part. And with this, the forum, we have able to listen to insights from prominent speakers from home and abroad. Thank you so much. And with this, we would like to conclude 2022 Chungbuk Korean Medicine, Precision Medicine International Forum. And you are the leaders that are going to bring about true Korean medicine, that is precision medicine. Thank you, and we will see you next year. Thank you.